Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I call to order the May 22nd business meeting of the Cincinnati Board of Education. We welcome everyone and request everyone in the audience to silence your cell phones and electronic devices. Ms. Wagner, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Bolton? Present. Mr. Craig?
Here.
Ms. Jones? Dr. Moffitt?
Here.
Mr. Morosky?
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg? Here. President Lindy?
Here, members of the public who are watching online and who wish to speak during hearing of the public may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. Please submit your name, your affiliation, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you would like a direct response to any questions you might have. Just a quick couple opening notes here. Thank you all for being in this new room with us tonight. One of the items on our agenda this evening is around our strategic plan for the next several years. And we're going to be doing an engagement with the firm that is helping us with part of that strategic plan, and the smaller room is helpful for that. So thank you for being with us in a slightly smaller space than usual. Second, I wanted to say happy last week of school and thank all of our teachers, our staff, families, and partners for all of their efforts this school year. You'll notice on our agenda the 5 priorities that our board has and we've had on every meeting agenda since late January. I won't spend a ton of time here just to mention these are all in full swing. I mentioned strategic planning already. Our policy committee met on Friday and is working through our bylaw review. Transportation has taken some big steps forward, and we have other important discussion on our agenda this evening. And I'm very committed to making sure that we're spending the majority of our time on the topics that the board decided were most important. I'm hoping that we can model focus and accountability for results as a group. And with that, I will turn it over to our superintendent for any updates this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. No updates this afternoon. We actually have a presentation during transportation, during presentations.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. So with that, we're going to move right along to hearing of the public. It's hard to tell just from where I'm sitting here. Do we have any speakers who have come in person tonight? I don't have any slips yet.
Not as of now. I'm checking via one person online.
Great. Okay. Is there anybody here who would like to be a speaker of the public this evening? Julie, just to confirm, did you want to speak tonight? Maybe. Okay. So we're in hearing of the public now. I think we'll go to our online folks, and then Julie, if you'd like to speak, we'll make sure we get that. And I guess that's all we have this evening. Okay. Thank you, Rob.
We're bringing over Jennifer Myrie from the NAACP Equity and PSA Committee. So if you can please
accept the invite, that would be great, Jennifer.
Okay.
Jennifer,
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll start now. Good evening from the Cincinnati NAACP. I'm Jennifer Myrie, and our president is Mr. Joe Mallory. Tonight, we are communicating with you on behalf of the Black students and employees of Cincinnati Public Schools. During the March 20th CPS board meeting, we shared concerns about a plan to increase the teachers of color with Cincinnati Public Schools. Thank you to Board President Lindy, board members Dr. Moffitt, Mrs. Weinberg, and Superintendent Wright for responding. According to CPS School Board Policy 2256, the administration shall develop a system that surveys employees, students, and family sentiment related to racial exclusion as a tool to evaluate the success of this policy. I won't go through all the board directives, but can the Cincinnati NAACP support the directives in School Board 2256? Additionally, we believe that high school graduation is a significant life milestone that can change the trajectory of Black students. Excuse me. Recently, several hundred 12th graders were highlighted in the media for unpaid school fees. How can the Cincinnati NAACP support these matters? More specifically, can you all hear me?
Yeah, it comes through a little choppy, but it's mostly fine.
Okay, great. And lastly, in 2017, CPS, city officials, and concerned citizens collaborated to create a program that would expose and prepare Black students for careers in public safety. What resulted was an agreement between the school district and the city to open a public safety academy within CPS schools. In a robust partnership agreement, students would be enrolled in high school public safety courses, earn industry-recognized credentials, and receive additional points for the civil service exam. What is the status of the Public Safety Academy? Have any students earned credentials or graduated from this program? Can the Cincinnati NAACP support the planning and realization of the Public Safety Academy? Thank you for your time, and in the spirit of collaboration, we invite you to attend the monthly NAACP education.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Rob, do we have any other online speakers this evening? That's great. I apologize. I had trouble hearing the, it was my fault, the 3-minute or 2-minute timer. Thank you, Vice President Craig. Do we have any speakers here in the room this evening who would like to speak? Okay, if we have none, we're going to keep on moving. We have several minutes that are on the agenda this evening. Is there a motion to accept the minutes from special meeting April 24th and business meeting April 24th?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Craig. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. Any discussion on approval of the minutes? Okay, hearing, yes, Dr. Moffitt.
There's just a couple of typos in there, and I know our team gets a little overwhelmed, but we might want to have them go back and just, can you all hear me? I apologize. I can be louder. So there are a few typos that are in the minutes upon reviewing them. It's on.
The room is not going to comply to the system. We don't have to do that.
Okay.
So you just speak loud.
Okay. There's a few typos that are in the minutes. For instance, it says Council Gray, Grey. We just need to fix those typos. But other than that, the minutes are fine. I just was wanting to make note that we need to go in and fix the typos. That's all.
Dr. Moffitt, do you want to make are you requesting that we pull them and then vote on them next time once the typos are corrected?
No, just approval pending the corrected, the typos. That's all. If that's possible. I don't think we need to pull them. They weren't inaccurate. They were just misspellings.
This is where my knowledge of Robert's Rules of Order ends. I actually don't know if we can do that or not. I don't have anybody have a problem with us doing that? Great. Sounds great. Any other discussion on the minutes? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes with typos corrected are approved. We're at committee reports next, and we're going to hear from our Policy and Equity Committee Chair. This is for the April meeting, so we'll turn it over to Chair Morosky.
Thank you, President Lindy. So we have talked about and accomplished every single thing in these minutes, so I present them as written.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky, and we're going to have a special award at the end of our meeting. We're going to move on to the Audit Committee report, and we'll turn it over to our Finance Chair, Member Bolton.
Slowly, so we all understand it. No, I won't.
Speak loud.
Actually, there's first and foremost, we want to thank Dean Fisher, who is moving from the area, has been on our audit committee, and also on our preschool committee as well, and wish her well as her family moves up east to New England. And beyond that, thanking Christine for her service, the most significant thing within the audit committee meeting was a report by our audit chief, which was quite extensive, and I would refer members of the board and the public to read Ms. Roberts' reports regarding risk rating and what have you, The other piece of it too continues for the board to spend some significant amount of time, as is the administration, regarding following up with monitoring and oversight of benefits issues that are somewhat systemic and hopefully being corrected, but that needs to be a top priority for the board to encourage our administration to keep up the work to make those corrections. So that's a very quick report from the audit committee. And again, thanks to the committee. It is a community committee. And thanks again for Christine Fisher's service. And I submit.
Thank you very much. Any questions for, I should have asked this after Mr. Morosky, but any questions either for the Policy and Equity Committee or questions for ad hoc? Like I said, audit. Both start with A. One of those weeks, everybody. No questions. Great. So I think Chair Moffat, if this is incorrect, please tell me. But I think that the report for ad hoc is now on board docs, but it was just recently on board docs. And I think you wanted to give people a chance to read it, and we'll present it for approval at the next meeting.
Yes,
is that right?
If possible. And that is my fault. Our staff is awesome, but I didn't have an opportunity to look at them timely, to get them back for review. And so if we could just move that to our next meeting so that Board Member Jones, who is not here, and Board Member Bolton can assist with looking those over.
Any concerns? Hearing none, thank you, Dr. Moffat. Is there a motion to adopt the first two, that's Policy and Equity, and then Audit Committee reports, please? Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Moffat. We've had our discussion. All opposed signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Committee reports are adopted. Great. What did I say?
We knew what you meant. What's going on?
It's okay. It's one of those days.
Yeah. Great. So I think we should just keep score this evening of how many times I have some miscues. And my goal is to come in under 10. I got at least 5 so far, so 5 to go. Okay, so for the sake of the record, the committee reports were motioned, they were seconded. We asked for approval, people said aye. Any opposed? Nobody's opposed. Committee reports carry. So with that, we're going to move to our presentations and discussions agenda. I think we'll probably start with our 5-year forecast as we wait for our presenter on strategic planning. And so we'll turn it over to Treasurer Wagner.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to ask Mr. Ashley to come. Where should he go?
Yes, Mike, I'm going to pull Carolyn's mic over.
Okay. So while he's setting up, it's required by the state of Ohio that every school district has to file a 5-year cash forecast for the general fund twice a year in November and in May, as an update. And so Kevin did the first draft at Finance Committee and on Friday. And so we're doing a repeat performance tonight, and it's being included in the Treasurer's report for approval. I have to file it by May 30th. And the new requirement is you also have to approve the notes. So they're also attached in the Treasurer's report. So take it away, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys threw me off a little bit there. I was farther down on the agenda, so I thought I would have more time. It's all good. So I'll just go through the PowerPoint presentation, the 5-year forecast. You've got the budget one. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question for the treasurer? The treasurer would tell us why the notes are now included in the 5-year forecast. It's a change of process.
It's just a new requirement by ODE. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
The district always had to file the notes, but for some reason they didn't have to go through the formal approval process that they do now.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So the first part of this is really just kind of a recap, but just kind of want to make sure, everyone knows the purpose of the forecast and what we're trying to accomplish with it. We'll go on to the next slide. That's just kind of a summary. The purpose of the forecast is to monitor and report the school district solvency. It focuses only on the general fund and any expenditures or revenues that relate to the general fund. It supports financial transparency. It's a tool for planning for future financial decision making. Another key thing, the format is standardized, so every school district in Ohio, every public school follows this format. What it will show is 3 years of actual history and then 5 years of projected, including this year since we haven't completed it yet. It is required by ODE and the revised code to be filed twice a year by the end of November, and then an update in the spring by the end of May. Some factors that influence the forecast is the state budget, the Fair School Funding Plan, any legislative action that may affect those distributions of revenue. We built in some factors for inflationary measures, generally 2 to 4%, a little bit higher for insurance costs, as we all know those have been higher. Some other factors, pandemic spending, ESSER funds, the return of the cliff, student enrollment projections versus actual projections. So those are all kind of built into elements of the forecast. Also, any changes to collective bargaining agreements or things that are already in place. Next slide, it's all about cash. One of the key things that Ohio Department of Education looks at is at the end of year 3, if the district were to show a negative cash at that point, they would come looking for an explanation or some remediation for that. So clearly that's one of our objectives, to try to avoid that situation at the end of year 3. Historically, guidance has been the board is not looking to do additional funds at this point. So that's what we've included in the forecast. Obviously that can change, but that's one of our guardrails that we used in putting the forecast together. Some keys to maintaining positive cash balance: continuing voter support of any tax renewals, full implementation of the school funding plan, district control of the budget and expenditure growth, and then the anticipated cliff issue expenditures is another factor. Next slide. This is simply kind of recapping the Fair School Funding Plan. I'll go on actually to the next slide that talks about phase-ins. So as you know, the legislature is going through their budget process for the next 2-year biennium. There have been different proposals in terms of the original Fair School Funding Plan anticipated a 6-year phase-in. The governor's proposal continues those phase-ins on that trajectory, as well as the House version. So we're hopeful that the Senate version will include that as well. But we've built that in to the base cost. Well, actually, the base cost factors is the next piece, which is in that proposal. The governor's proposal used FY18 cost factors, so all the things related to salaries and teacher salaries and all of those types of things. They were using an 18 base cost. The House version bumped that all the way up to 22, which would create a more fair representation of the formula. What we don't know at this point is where the Senate will land and where the final version will be. Could be 18, could be 22, could be somewhere in the middle at 20. So what we've done is, and we talked about this a little bit at finance, we built the forecast based on the 18 base cost, which is what's in law currently. Obviously, we're hopeful those will be a little higher, but we were trying to use a more reasonable approach at this point. Next slide just shows the phase-ins. One of the changes that did happen in fiscal year 23 is mid-year the legislature increased the DPIA, the disadvantaged pupil impact aid or economic disadvantaged, to 33%. They originally went into it with 14%. So that was a little bit of a help during FY23. Next slide. This just shows in terms of if everything were phased in, it's hard to see, but there's a little red diamond. It basically shows up all the 613 odds districts. That's where Cincinnati sits in terms of if it was fully phased in, the additional funding that would come to the district. Some of those on the left would actually see their calculations lower, but because of guarantees, they probably wouldn't see that actual loss. But just to kind of give some perspective of where the district sits on that scale. Next slide is just kind of a repeat of what we talked about in November. Basically shows that 59% of the district's funding comes from local sources, while about 40% comes from state sources. Next slide, kind of hit an overview, and we'll get into a little more specifics in the next couple slides. The only thing I want to point out on this, I know it's hard to see, the FY27, the light blue, that represents the tax levies that are subject to renewal. It's a half a year's collection of the next levy that's up for renewal. Next slide is, this breaks it down by taxes, property tax rollbacks. Again, you can see that light blue at the end. So the light blue and the dark blue at the end would be our total tax revenue at that point with renewal of the levy. So you can see obviously the biggest category is general property taxes, DPP, and property tax rollbacks. Next slide is the state foundation revenue. One of the things we kind of point out here is the change in pass-through funding is what's caused that overall, because at that time we would receive money that was then deducted and sent on to charter schools. So just to show how that changes. The growth in the yellow or orange column or bars would represent the increase in the phase-ins related to restricted funding for DPIA, English language learners, gifted, career tech is all included in that. Next slide. This slide has a lot of noise on here, and I kind of mentioned that finance, the way the state requires the format, a lot of our revenue sources are categorized as all other revenue. And that includes the TIF revenues, the CRA revenues, transfers, advances. So all of those are included here. But this graph does kind of break it down to show what those represent, and kind of gives a visualization of that. For 23, the reason that is so much higher is because the amount of advances in that was necessary at the end of June, while we're waiting on reimbursements from ODE for federal grants. The law requires us to not have a negative fund balance in those funds. So we have to actually advance money at the end of the year. That's a temporary movement of cash that gets repaid right after the end of the year. So that's why that bump is there. We're anticipating what it will be the next 4 years. We just don't know at this point. Next slide is expenditure overview. The main thing that I'll point out here is in FY25, we do include return of CLIF dollars as an estimate. Some of those are one-time returns, some of those are recurring, so those are included there. Next slide just kind of gives a little more detail related to that. Obviously, this is subject to revision as part of the new budget cycle. Next slide was just showing how the school-wide pool no longer being used, how that impacts. In the past, that was represented as a transfer out of the general fund into the school-wide pool. Now those expenditures are borne by the general fund, so you see salary expenses are a lot higher, purchase services, that kind of thing. Next slide shows salaries. Again, trying to show how 22 would have looked had we paid those wide pool expenses directly out of the general fund, and then how that relates the new amounts showing for salaries in the general fund. One of the things that the forecast only includes estimates for step increases. Obviously, any COLAs, anything like that would be in addition to what's reflected. Next slide is benefits. Again, similar trajectory there. Next slide is purchase services. Again, the first 2 years related to that pass-through funding that was there. So those disbursements that were going out to charter schools, for instance. So just giving perspective of why that's gone down. The other big change, well, the elimination of the school-wide pool is a small piece. In fiscal year 25, you see an upward tick for CLIF expenditures. Again, this is the category where that primarily hits. Next slide is transfers out. Again, school-wide pool. As we get a couple years along the way, those will be farther in the past, and it won't be as obvious. So, but we just wanted to break down what the transfers outlines include, or the other financing uses. It includes transfers related to classroom facilities, which was required as part of the original facility master plan. It's a little $3.2 million a year that is transferred from the general fund to that fund. There's transfers related to debt payments, debt repayments, and then again, estimating advances out at the end. The next slide gives, gives the overview of where we would be based on everything that's built in here, where the cash balance would be. So at the end of the 5-year period, the cash balance would be negative 46 million if nothing were to change. Again, the key thing there at the end of 25, the cash balance is positive, which again was one of the guardrails we were anticipating for this forecast period.
Kevin, can I interrupt for a second? So on this slide, and Kevin mentioned earlier about the next renewal levy that's coming up to go onto the ballot in 25, is that you'll stop collecting in 26, which means it has an impact on the fiscal year 27 fiscal year. You have in front of you a letter from Brenda Weimer, who tells did some research on what it would take to modify that levy. I was concerned about it losing the tax credits from the homeowner. And what I was reminded was that levy was first enacted in 2016, so it doesn't have the rollback in it. That ended in 2013. So we can increase the time and we increase the value without changing it as a renewal. You just have to decide what size you want it to be.
Thank you, Jen. Do you want questions now, or is there more presentation to do and we'll do questions at the end?
Mostly items on the forecast.
Why don't you go ahead and ask your question? Is it a quick one?
Yeah, my question is, could you tell the public what that renewal is?
It's a fixed sum levy, which is a $48 million in general fund operating revenues, and it does not fluctuate with property values. We get $48 million regardless of what happens with the property values. 15 million of that has been set aside for the expansion of preschool. And the reason I'm suggesting talking about maybe a different size is because both organizations, when we share that money, CPS expands preschool and the CSI Preschool Promise is expanding preschool. And both of our expansions have gone beyond the $15 million annual revenue cycle. And so the money that we underspent as they were ramping up and through savings through COVID is going to be quickly spent by the end of 25. So either we'll have to scale back any more expansion or find alternate revenue sources.
So the next levy that we're talking about is a renewal that you're talking about, which is that the public would know as the Preschool Promise renewal.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I think I just have one more point and then we'll move on. One of the things we've talked about and reflected here is the expenditure amount in FY24 of 600 million. That includes advances out of 12 million. So just to know that is contemplated what the next year's budget is, part of. So I know Jen will talk to that more, I think, when she goes through the budget. But I just wanted to point that out as well. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation of our 5-year forecast. I know the Finance Committee got a presentation for this earlier, but questions for our finance team from board members. Dr. Moffett.
So thank you so much for this. This is kind of like my love language. I like this sort of stuff. But there are some points that I'd love to have clarified for the community. They were able to be clarified in finance, but I think that a little further explanation from either you or Jen may be helpful for the community to put it into context. So I do have multiple questions. Would you mind explaining what the school-wide pool is? Because when you say that we're coming out of pooling, a lot of people don't quite understand that. And I know our LSDMC chairs at our financial town hall were very interested to get a little small lesson on that. So that's my first question. Can you all explain what SWP is? I believe it started on slide 16 where we started talking about that, but we're using the acronym. So can we talk about that in the context of what the definition is?
Sure. So school-wide pool, so the No Child Left Behind Act of, I don't know what year, and I forget which president put it in, but allowed school districts to commingle our state and federal with our general, or those title funds with our general fund. So before, when you can't commingle, which means they have to stay in their separate pots, you have to develop separate budgets, and they're very restrictive in their rules on how you spend it. So in No Child Left Behind, they allowed school districts to commingle those funds so we can use them more efficiently. And so I think we were the first district in the state of Ohio to do that. So they created a whole new fund number. And so general fund is Fund 1, Title 1 is 572. They created 598 to be the school-wide pool. So you transfer monies into that pool, and then you expend it out and charge it back to the grant according to the proportion that you put it in. So for example, the general fund was 90% of that pool, and title was 10%. Every dollar, 90 cents would get charged back to general fund and 10 cents would get charged back to title. So that allowed, so the advantage of that was the principals only had to deal with one budget, right? Title I schools only. The difficulty and the reason why we stopped using the pool was because it made it impossible to meet the equity policy that we have. And so, because you can't once the funds go in, it loses its identity, so you can't identify how you're spending equity dollars that way. And so coming back out of the pool was a huge challenge for the district because we had a lot of freedom in our spending while we were in the pool, and then we had to go back to more restrictive rules. And that wasn't clearly understood, what's allowable or not allowable anymore. So there was a lot of rejections and delays. But I think we've gotten over that hump now, and we'll continue to move forward.
My second question is with regard to the levy information, and 2025 is when we would have an up. Can you hear me better? Hold on. So 2025 is when we would have an upcoming preschool promise levy, right? Is that what we said?
You'll be that, yeah. So you go on the ballot a year in advance. So you would go on the ballot on November of 25. You continue to collect because property taxes are paid in arrears. So you continue to collect through the calendar year of 26. But you'd only collect up through December, so it's only a half year revenue for the fiscal year 27 year. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So my question is, I understood that you shared that we could potentially increase the amount and the time.
Correct.
And it still be defined as a renewal.
Correct.
And you also shared that $15 million of that goes to CPP.
It's shared between CPP and CPS.
Okay, currently
all 15 doesn't go there.
Okay. Would we be able to, my question is, would we be able to adjust the amount that Preschool Promise gets at the same time that we were to potentially increase the time and the amount of the general levy?
Certainly, the division is outlined in the master agreement. So when you negotiate the master agreement, you can redefine those calculations.
Okay, that's all of it. That's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great question.
Thank you, Dr. Moffett. Other questions on our 5-year forecast? Ms. Bolton.
Just as a finance chair for a relatively long time, so on the 5-year forecast, it really seems important to me especially as we work through what we're doing this year and in that FY24 and the work the superintendent and treasurer have done. Seems to me that, now, maybe I'm being hopeful or a little bit too much hope, but it seems to me that whatever kind of is happening in our efforts to transform what we're doing, whether it's coming out of ad hoc or whether it's coming out of, kind of reshaping transportation or our benefits issues or HR, seems to me that we have to, and I hate to say this to everybody since we're still working on 24, but in this 5-year forecast, it would seem to me FY25, not this coming year, but the year after that, probably has to show some significant changes in how we do what we do. And the treasurer kind of shared that in finance, not about 25, but the need for reshaping what we're doing, because this, I think the superintendent's pointed this out too, the sustainability of how we're spending and the revenue coming in, with in part maybe the city taking some money away from us, the state kind of taking some money away, whether it's vouchers or whatever it might be. Even forget all that, we have to change the way we're doing business. And I think we've heard that from the treasurer and the superintendent. I would just hope that 25 would be that target, because if you don't do it by 25 in some significant way, your 5-year forecast is not going to look nearly as well. It's not even that lovely now, but those next year. So I don't know if the treasurer and the superintendent can just share that with us.
I will. I was going to make some of those comments in the budget presentation, but it's a good segue. So what you're going to start seeing as we bring more and more public information through the process of the budget is how little discretionary funds we have to do new stuff. And so when I was thinking about this and thinking about the future and the levy and strategic plan that's coming and the ad hoc committee that's coming, we can't, I go back to my water bottle theory, you can't keep putting more water into a water bottle that's full. You have to take some stuff out because our revenues are not growing, right? They're growing a tiny bit. For every child new enrollment we get, we don't get the full state value, we get 40 cents on the dollar because we're considered a wealthy district, so our property taxes have to make up that difference. Well, property taxes don't fluctuate with enrollment, so for every new child, that property tax dollar gets spread thinner across the district. The new state formula is better than the old one, but it's not perfect because still heavy reliance on property wealth. The enrollment or the cost factors are allocated by district total enrollment and not in 65 different buildings, and we have to budget for 65 different buildings. And so the pockets of kids that don't come in perfect little pockets of 25 at a 3rd grade at one building. And so it doesn't completely fund the district's needs, nor does it consider the square mileage of the district. We have 91 square miles, so it costs us more money to transport kids than it does in a smaller district. So having all that, unless we come up with a new way to bring revenue in, through different kinds of levies, we have to change the way we want to invest in budgetary items so that we focus on the outcomes and continue to fund what's working and not fund what's not working or not working as well. So just a different way of thinking about it. So by the time we get through all the school budgeting, more than half the money is allocated in the budget. And then, and I'll show you in more slides. So just kind of hold that thought there. I'll talk about it. But yes, thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you, Ms. Bolden. We'll have a more robust conversation in budget too. But Vice President Craig, did you want to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask 2 questions that will probably just provide a little bit of clarity too. When we're thinking about that 5-year forecast, we're also thinking about it based on, I think, Kevin, you mentioned based on the 2018 levels, right? And so there's a potential of a little bit more legroom to play, but truly not substantial,
right? In
that sense,
right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is $7 million for 20 and $12 million for 22 in revenue?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, not substantial.
Right.
Closing that gap. I think the other thought to it is, while we only project out that 5-year range, the reality is that we rarely spend less unless it's considered effort. And so beyond that 5 year, we are going to have to at some point make that decision as to how do we get closer and closer to balance again because of
Right.
the things we were just talking about,
Right.
which is the reality that we can't continue to keep paying for stuff when we don't have any additional resources and revenue. And so I think while we think about it from the 5 year for the budget purposes and for accounting purposes, the reality is that there's also that long-term sustainability of what we're doing, which is why I am excited about some of the things we've been doing with regards to measuring the outcomes for how these things benefit our students, how they are growing our students' outcomes themselves. Because I think that is part of the discussion that Board Member Bolden is starting to allude to, which is having to make the tough choices at some point, and how do we make those tough choices?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Other questions or comments on the 5 year forecast? So there isn't a vote on it right now, but people probably saw when you reviewed the treasurer's report, it's in the treasurer's report. And so the vote we have to approve this twice a year. The vote to approve it will be when we get to the treasurer's report at that point on the agenda.
Correct.
But thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're going to go now to I think we have a choice point. I think finish with we will finish. Any dissenting opinions about finishing on finance? All right. So we're gonna finish our FY24 budget update and discussion, followed by a very exciting strategic planning update and discussion after we are finished. So we'll turn it over to Treasurer Wagner.
Thank you and good evening again. So this is just a really quick update as to where we are. Since we're a little bit behind schedule because of the pause, rightly so, but normally we would be presenting a lot more information. Go ahead. So just to cover some of the recent activities, we've had a couple town halls. Central office budgets were due on May 12th, sorry. And then that following week, superintendent met with each of the EO team members and they reviewed their budgets line by line, every budget line by line. Made some adjustments, got those late on Thursday. And so this morning I was able to give people time to make those changes and then re-extract it this morning. And so we'll give you a little bit of an update on those numbers. But we did have a new LSD town hall, was totally dedicated to the LSDMC members. Just answer some questions, give some clarity, help them update on process. Kept notes, and tomorrow we're going to work on the written responses and to put them out there so everybody can hear. And then we had a very robust conversation at Finance Committee. So next. Okay, so don't freak out. Our budget target based on the November forecast is $565 million in order to be a balanced budget. So balance to revenues, if you remember. That was the guidance from the board. The extract from this morning showed a $653 million ask in the general funds, which is an $88 million gap. However, there are things in the budget that were last year or can be funded by title funds, or they were in ESSER last year. The superintendent wanted everybody to think of their budgets holistically, so they did their holistic budget, and now we're going to go through and start pulling things out into the other funding sources. So that $88 million will get much smaller in the next couple days. Next slide. Here's a breakdown. Oh, it flipped. Okay, thank you. When I did it in Google Slides and it converted to PowerPoint, it hid the total. So but here's just a kind of pie chart. No.
Are you trying to confuse us, Jen?
I am. But he confused me because my pie chart was on the left side and the table was on the right side. Anyway, the pie chart represents kind of like the big chunks of the budget. So we start with building schools based on student projections, go through all the staffing formulas. That represents 58% of the budget. Then central office allocations on staffing goes next, and that's about $43 million that are people that are budgeted centrally, but they actually work out into the schools. So that gets added onto their staffing. Things like custodians, school social workers, psychologists, some paras. Then the central office budgets kick off, and $131 million of the central office budget are actually services that are provided into the schools. So that's that gray chunk, 20%. things like transportation and utilities and special services, education, technology. So we allocate that out to the schools and layer that on top so that we can truly look at this is the cost to run this school instead of just the staffing or the school supplies. And then we have central administration at 12% as of right now. And then fixed costs, which is the information that Kevin shared with you, are debt payments and liability insurance and the transfer to the funds 34 to the building maintenance fund that's required by ODE with the FNP. So that's the percentage of how we spend our money. And this will change as we start moving money and reducing scope. But we'll bring this back to you each time. So flip, next slide. I'm sorry, go back to that last slide for a second. So this is where I was going to talk about discretionary funds. Because the school-based budgets are 99% are formula driven based off of student projections and contractual language or state law, federal law. Same thing goes for the $43 million that's allocated through the central either, or it could be board practice. It's the $131 million, you know, we have to have utilities, we have to have transportation. Transportation is discretionary depending on what rules you put in place, so you can have an impact on that. But so if you say 131 and then the 75 million in central administration is your discretionary funds, there's not a whole lot to do with new stuff. So I would just try to point that out there. So, okay, next slide. These are just examples of what fits into those pie chart pieces. So focusing on the central, the middle one, the $43 million school allocations is the custodian, the school social workers, the one-on-one pairs of the psychologists as examples. And then the area, the topics, I probably didn't need this slide because I already talked about it, but how we allocate it on a per pupil basis on transportation utilities, there's a lot of curriculum that's based on the curriculum department actually has the ability to take each subject matter and cost allocate out those curriculum costs to how many third graders are for the third grade reading, you know, that, so we can get a true value of that cost. So it's kind of fascinating for me as a data geek. Next slide. So what are our next steps? We have to go in and identify what can be pulled out of that bucket to go into the title funds and the federal funds, and then recalculate what our new gap is, and then we have to start reducing scope, you know. And this is I think the 29th budget cycle I've been through, and never has the ask been less than the target. And so it's a process that we go through, and it's changed over the years depending on the leadership team. But we have 2 public board meetings before we need a vote on an appropriation resolution. So it'll either be the full resolution or a smaller temporary one. I'm praying for the big one. Saying. Okay, next slide.
Yes, I'll say it.
And then I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Treasurer, for the very, very helpful update on the budget. Questions from board members? Ms. Bolton.
As a result of, I think, the conversation in finance, I believe, may have been elsewhere too, but more of an emphasis to the treasurer's point about equity and why we don't do pooling anymore. I think it'd be great to get a sense of the full board, because from the finance piece, there's a real interest in actually knowing how much money is being spent, and I think this is true of the community as well, in each school, for what purposes, of actually being able to measure that. I think there's some urban legends, which I think are urban legends and not necessarily true, about where the money is going, school by school by school. And I know when we have talked about this, the treasurer's been very interested in kind of looking at that as the superintendent, where indeed even such things as energy costs let alone whether or not this grant or that grant goes anywhere. The idea of knowing, I think that will move us so well to equity in understanding where we need to be spending more, where we need to be spending less. And I know the community resists thinking equity is, people sometimes think it's equal. It's not equal. It's differentiating based upon need and based upon the challenges. So I think that's a theme that we want to talk to the board about, as to if that is an interest of the whole board. Now, we have to talk about it tonight, but it seems to be an interest at the finance level, and I think in part with the administrators as well. And I think it would be very helpful for us to be able to look at that, just as we look at outcomes for each school regarding student performance or what have you. And that's how we measure whether or not we should spend that dollar or this other dollar. So I think that's going to, correct me if I'm wrong, if the full board tells us later on that we're interested in that, then it would seem to me that we will start making that shift in the new budget process as we start to shape 25, again, the year that has to have a lot of differences than 24. And finally, just to get my orient on this one, I hate to think of ESSER as being used to help balance the budget. I don't want to see that. I know it's something we're looking at because of our pressures we put on ourselves, rightfully so. But it's one thing for grants and title dollars and what have you to help balance our budget, but I worry about ESSER, especially in this last phases of ESSER, being spent to do that, because it ain't going to be there. Plus, there's things we need that we will need in 25. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Any response from the administration?
Just very quickly, and I know we discussed this in finance as well, but that's something that we're actually working on and thinking through. We're really trying to help socialize everyone to the fact that ESSER is one-time money. And so the things that we're doing with ESSER now for moving into next year, we really need to make certain that those things are finite, or there's some form of pilot that's happening with those so that we can get the data and then assess it to move into the next year. So that's a part of the way that we're doing that work. That's also one of the reasons that you see the differences in the budget to start with, because we started the conversation by everything being put into the general budget before we start moving it out to the different areas moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Thank you, Superintendent. Dr. Moffitt.
So I'm going to piggybacking off of Chair Bolton's comments. I'm going to remind you all of my questions on March the 14th, which are asking about that school versus outcome budgeting. And so we could not answer them at that time because we didn't have all of our information. We weren't this far in the budget. But I really would like for us to move exactly towards what I'd asked for with regard to the questions. And it was, just to be mindful, it was providing district spending per student by school versus outcomes for future budget sessions and information to the board. Can we have school by school spending and outcome data provided? We did talk about that. We put the grade or the report card grade on that, but there were some things that we couldn't discuss because we didn't have all of the budgets weren't final for the schools, I don't think.
So I thought I'm pretty sure we gave you a report per pupil. My only concern is using future budget dollars for past outcomes and comparing them in one report. I mean, I'm happy to put together whatever we need, but I just want to make note of that if I'm giving you next year's budget, last year's outcomes, because you don't have this year's outcomes yet, it may not be a great comparison.
True, but I think that the request was broader than simply just that. I think it was last year's budget, last year's outcomes, proposed new budget, and then we don't have the outcomes in the future. So we were trying to look at if a building, for example, was spending $50,000 and they had all of these things attached to it. And we even did talk about utilities, getting granular on that level. Right. But another building, relatively same size, relatively same proportion, was spending $50,000, looking at what their outcomes were academically, and then some of the things that went into that number from a budget But we did have it, but all of it wasn't able to be provided because we didn't have all of the data at the school level because the school budgets in March weren't finished. So,
But if you're comparing the spend, you have to wait until the outcomes of the year of the spend come out in order to make that analysis.
right,
And they're not out yet.
right.
Okay.
I get it.
Thank you, Dr. Moffett. Thank you, Treasurer Wagner. Any other questions from board members on the budget? Vice President Craig.
So I know you said you guys are now kind of working through to figure out with that difference, that 88.1 mil difference. Is there an expectation as to kind of what is that going to split in half? Is that going to be like a quarter of? What are we thinking here? Not a definite, but just kind of the idea.
Well, and there's like $70 million in state and title funds, state and federal grants. Some of them have already been allocated into the schools, right? So I don't know. I don't want to say and then have you remember a number and be wrong.
Well, and I guess more or less my asking is also just kind of thinking back to, it's still going to be a sizable amount that we're going to have to still come down from.
Oh, absolutely.
After we go through all the
Right.
federal and state grants that we.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the other point to Board Member Bolton's point, I think, with regard to the use of ESSER funds, I think the other struggle we're going to long-term have is that we've now given a lot of resources and benefits through ESSER dollars that in some ways our community still wants, that we are not exactly at a point saying we're not going to do. And so that makes that discretionary spending, as you were talking about,
Right.
even less in some ways because there's certain expectations put on.
Right. So, and then just outside of ESSER, and I'll use this as an example, Governor DeWine put the student wellness monies together into the Cincinnati Public Schools. The last full year we received, it was $12 million on top of the state funding formula. Well, with this ban and but the last formula change, they put the student wellness money in the formula, so it is now subject to our state share at 41%. So that $12 million is now like $3 million, but we were using that money to fund all of our resource coordinators and our nurses. So as that money shrunk, we took the nurses, put them in ESSER, and then we used the carryover money to fund the resource coordinators, but that money's gone. So there's $4.4 million coming back to the general fund to continue to support resource coordination.
I think this is an example of, as my fellow board member, Mr. Morosky, would like to say, of the fact that our state doesn't like our children, right? And that the changes to these ways that we fund schools has a longer lasting effect on school budgets that we are going to see for years to come. And so I think it's a notable challenge that we have. I think I look forward to seeing kind of the next steps as they come along. Through our budget and finance meetings, we'll lovely reflect those next steps and see where we get to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Craig. Any other comments or questions from board members? So before we transition, I'll just share a couple quick thoughts on my end. I just have two. One of them is, as we get further into June and look at final proposals, just from my perspective, the questions I want to ask are things like, we passed in December a set of 3-year goals for the district. Those goals are focused on things like improving third grade reading proficiency, closing the race-based achievement gap in reading and math for 6th graders, just reading, increasing the percentage of first-time Algebra 1 test takers who pass the state test on the first time, increasing the share of students of color who are graduating with college credit or a workforce credential, and increasing our graduation rate. So the questions I want to be able to ask are, as we made choices or as you all made choices, and you put this recommendation together, can you walk us through how you prioritized helping students reach those outcomes? I have every confidence in the world that that is at the center of the decision making. And we don't need an answer tonight. As we get into June, that's where I'm coming from.
So the beauty of this new software we're using to build a budget allows us to tag our spends to strategic priorities. And so we will be able to, the pie charts I showed you, I can show you a bar chart or a pie chart on how much money we're spending on each one of those priorities. And then, did you want to add?
Just to echo that, but to also echo that as we are, the budgets are developed we've really we're working hard to make sure, and as you can see from the information on the slides earlier, that we are prioritizing what happens in schools. That's number one, and that happens, I think, across most school districts, and has happened in ours for a long time. But the second part of that is as budgets are being built, they are built from the individual teams, from the teams to their executive team leader. From their executive team member leader, it comes to then me for us to sit down and have a conversation about each one of the items. And that conversation starts with the prioritization based on those 5 things that we have put in as goals, and also the consideration for the guardrails. So that's automatically a part of the conversation, even as we begin to think about, because we've done that first pass. But you know, anyone that has done budgets, we know that that is the first pass, and then from there we have to go back and continue to tweak. And we've shared with all of the teams that this is where we are right now. These are the things that we hold as priority. So as we come back for that second pass, you want to already start the conversations with the entire team around, as we go to the next level, this is the thing that, what are the things in terms of hierarchy, if you will, that might need to go away.
That's great from my perspective, and this is a yes and thought. You know, I think the process sounds really good and really important. The technology sounds really good and really important. I think what's also part of this is just what people believe, and what we believe our responsibilities are with children, and what we believe is possible with children. And I don't know who to attribute this to, because I've heard it attributed to multiple people, but there was a line I heard once about how you know, having high expectations are free. You know, like I heard this point about how much of our money is tied up in fixed costs. That's real. It's not going away. You know, but what we all believe together we can do with kids, like that can be true regardless of what those numbers are. And I'm excited about the team we have in place. I'm excited about the clarity we have on our goals and guardrails. I think this is a good direction to move in, and I think there's a bright future for what we can do.
And I also like to just add one last thing, President Lindy. It's also important for us to think about the comment that Board Member Bolton made in the last board meeting, because as we start going through these tweaks, this is when the lobbying that has already started with the board continues to start. You know, we recognize that it is the expectation for us as a team to present to the board a balanced budget. And that budget that we present to the board is our best thinking around what the budget should be, based on all of the goals, based on all of the guardrails, and based on the priorities. So that's what we would be recommending. And that's going to take a lot of time for us to get there, but we're already putting the work in. From that, if the board doesn't agree with what we've given, and really where we see the disagreement sometimes is generally around contracts, because that's where some of the conversation comes in. We've shared, you know, already what those contracts were and why we were sharing that for the ones that we had at that time. But all of those things are important when we start looking at how we maintain a balanced budget. So that's one of the areas that we know we will need support from the board on, because it will happen as we continue to really tweak and get to the balanced budget that we must provide to the board.
Thank you very much. So I think as we transition now, I think there's a request that we finish our last non-strategic planning presentation, because it is short. And then with that behind us, we could dedicate a more relaxed amount of time to the strategic planning process. Board members, are there any concerns with us doing that? We'll hit transportation and then go to our guest. All right, so we're going to have an update on transportation.
Okay, this is a really quick update, but it's also a request for supporter information from the board as we get to the end. Next slide, please. So this is the update. As you recall, we know why we're doing this. We're doing everything that we're doing with routes to improve efficiency, to make sure that we're safe on the bus, and we improve overall on-time performance. Not just on-time performance, actually getting our students to school, period. So we're looking at the strategies in terms of recommendations, and this in turn reduces the number of buses and drivers that are needed. Next slide. So when we initially presented the recommendations, we talked about 3 different areas in terms of interventions that needed to happen in order for us to continue to improve the efficiency of transportation. So now the focus is on the walk to stop. So I want to share some information about that and get some feedback So currently our walk to stop distances are similar across all school types, and our median walk to stop is 0.17 miles. So in our policy says that our walk to stop, and essentially we're talking about the distance that's from their home to their bus stop. In our policy, it says it can be half a mile. What we found doing the deep dive in terms of really looking at the efficiency of how we're running with our buses, we found that our average is only 0.17 miles. And there could be a lot of different reasons for that. But in terms of looking at the number itself, that causes one of the challenges for us. In terms of the breakdown, we just broke this down based on the types of schools. And so we have our neighborhood schools, our magnet, our open enrollment, so forth and so on, with the number of students that are routed, the average home to school distance, and then the median walk to stop distance. And so that gives us a breakdown across the board. And the number is actually, I'm not sure why it says 0.17, because it's actually, not 0.15, because it's actually 0.17. So when we look at all of our averages, our students with curb to curb service, so forth, those are our special needs populations. There are not many things that we can do about the special needs populations because many of them do require curb to curb service. So there really isn't a change that we can do for that. But the fact that across the district, all students are at the 0.17, and that's the distance that they walk from their home to their bus stop. So though the policy permits up to 0.5 miles walk to stop, most students walk less than half that distance to get to school. So in thinking about how we're looking across the board, this breakdown actually lets you see what that looks like in terms of each grade level for that. So if we think about, if we line up all kindergarten students in order by the distance they walk, this essentially is saying that that students in the middle of this list walk 30% of the 0.5 miles, 1.5 miles. So half walk less than 0.15 miles, and then half walk between 1.5 and 0.5 miles. When we look at the proportion on the very end, proportion of walking is less than 0.22 miles. The goal here is to get that number in terms of efficiency. The goal is to get that number at about 70%. So that's the goal overall for where we're looking to be in terms of the proportion for walking. So a slight expansion of walk to stop distances can save us at least 10 buses. In our last conversation that we had around the opening and changing the start times, one of the things that we shared, and you'll see it here again you'll see it on the slide in just a moment, is that we shared that even with the change of start times, we were still down 4 drivers for the number of drivers that we needed. And so there was feedback from the board, and I think it was specifically Board Member Jones at the time that said that there was concern about not having those 10 extra buses be included in that overall number. So that means that we then needed to go back and look at what we could do collectively to get to making sure that our routes, our number of routes, were also inclusive of thinking about those 10 additional buses that we need. So we're using routes and number of buses interchangeably. So walk to stop parameters, increase all walk to stop distances by 150%. So students, so the students walking 0.17 miles now walk 0.25 miles. So they would go up to a quarter mile versus less than a quarter mile to get to the bus stop. The second is to ensure no K2 students walk more than 0.25 miles. So you may have some that walk a little farther than that, but it wouldn't be our K2 students, K through 3 students, and to ensure no 4 through 12 students walk more than 0.5 miles. And we know that we have transportation with our 9th through 12th grade students that are going through Metro. So doing these things would give us a decrease of about 10 actual buses. When we think about our start time adjustment plus walk to stop changes, roughly that would save us 47 buses overall. Initially, we started at 353. The start time, the change in start times gave us additional 32. The additional start time consolidations, one of the recommendations that came from Board Member Moffitt was really thinking about how we could utilize transportation for our students and from charter school students. We found that in one of our situations, we could do that for one of our schools, but there was opportunity for us to do that with several of our charter schools. So several of them are able to transport together. And so that got us to another 5 buses with our one school with the charter, and then with the other charters that, or I should say non-pubs that are together. Walk zone savings at this point, we've not done anything with that yet. And then consolidating our bus stops gave us another 10 buses, and then including the 10 dedicated athletic buses. So a total savings of overall the 37 buses for us, which gets us to the 316 buses, which will also include our 10 athletic buses as the dedicated buses for our students. If you want to go back a couple slides, I'll tell you. Okay, so one forward the other way. So I want to stop right here for just 1 second, because our recommendation is extending the space, the walk zone for our students that are K through 3 to an average of a quarter mile versus the half mile that's currently in the policy. And for our students that are 4 through essentially 8th grade, we do have some students at one of our schools that we do transport that are our high school students, but 4th through 12th grade, extending that to increase so that it could go up to the 0.5 miles for the students in order for them to be transported. So that is what we're asking for feedback on, so that we will really see if we're able to get our athletic buses included. And that's really one of the main reasons, to try to make sure that we are as efficient as we can, but with that efficiency, it would give us an opportunity to include the athletic buses in our, and I say athletic buses, I should say special opportunity buses, because the goal is during the day, the students would do field trips with those buses as well. So it's not just athletics, but it's dedicated buses so that students could do, activities and have athletic transportation. So opening up here for questions, comments, concerns, feedback.
Thank you, Superintendent. And just for a point of clarification, the hope is to make a decision on this tonight?
Well, we can wait to make the decision. It doesn't have to be tonight. We can share it with you now, and then if we can talk about it early June, because we wouldn't start rolling out the transportation to students prior to then. It would be important for us to know, though, in June, in the early part of June, because we do start routing students. Yep. Like student routing, of course, starts as soon as students are out of school. So we want to make sure. So it doesn't have to be tonight, but if there are any questions I can answer tonight, I can do that. And then if we could agree to get feedback at the first meeting in June, that would be great.
Thank you. Questions, feedback, reactions from board members. Mrs. Weinberg.
Yeah, I just have one question. Thank you, Superintendent Wright. Do we know how many families affected if you did the 0.25 for the K through 3 and then the 0.5 for the 4 through 12?
I don't know specifically the number of families. I have included the number of students, but I don't know the number of students. That's the total number of students. So we would back out the 30%, for example, to get to the next population. I don't know how many families would be impacted by that. The one thing that's important here, though, that just makes it more complicated, but transportation I've found is very, 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 very complicated. If there is already an older child that is in the home with a younger child, then both of the students would be routed with the younger child. So it wouldn't be that the older child would have to walk a longer distance and the younger child a shorter distance. The issue is placing a stop in that space, not who rides from the stop.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Other comments or questions from board members? Dr. Moffitt.
I just was wondering, have we done any engagement with regard to the families around what those that would be impacted may want to see, or what do they have a preference? Do you have any engagement there?
We haven't done specific engagements with the families that would be impacted right now. In the last survey that we did to everyone that we sent out, we asked that particular question around what would be comfortable for you with grade levels in order to make sure that all of our students are getting to school on time. So we included that question, but it wasn't specifically for the families that would be impacted.
Can we do some engagement?
We can. I think the challenge is if we're making a decision around it, in terms of thinking about how we're looking at engagement, you know, it almost goes back to the engagement around start times, right? The reality is, if it's something that we need to do in order to move us farther to making sure that we're being efficient and we're getting our students to school on time, and we have the opportunity to have our athletic transportation and field trip transportation, it almost seems disingenuous to ask them whether they want us to change or not, as far as giving them enough time to respond and know that this is the change that's coming. Because one of the things that we really plan to do during the summer is, as much as possible, have conversations, virtual conversations with families, so that we know that everyone is aware of, you know, even though the change in start times has been, you know, advertised, it's been put out through schools, this would be the same kind of thing where we were really doing outreach to families to make sure that, you know, okay, your bus stop was at this spot, but now your bus stop is going to be here. So they know come day one that it's not just a mistake, that it's not an error.
No, I get it. But I think that there's benefit to informing that this is going to happen. And so that's what I meant. It doesn't have to be an ask of, how do you want this to happen? But this is going to happen. How would this impact you? There's varying levels of engagement. There could be engagement for awareness, engagement for input. I think Mike and I talked about input versus, are you telling me what you're doing, or are you asking me my opinion, putting me at the table? And so I was just wondering, have we notified families that we are discussing the walk to stop distance, and that there could potentially be an impact to them? And so not necessarily for permission, but awareness.
All families, not specific families.
Well, I was asking about engagement, but could, specifically those that are impacted. It could be a survey. I'm not saying that it has to be listening sessions, or I'm just saying, just to kind of let people know that it's coming. And I take that same position with regard to nurses. I shared that with the treasurer. Like, let's let people know that we have this looming decision to make, and it's not a choice. It is going to happen. And so that's what I was just asking about. Have we done any engagement around informing families that this is going to happen? That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Moffitt. Other questions from board members? Ms. Bolton.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm very encouraged about the specificity of this distance piece and the average. Because to me, ultimately, it's going to be what that vendor, the consultant that you had come in, talked about in our policy committee, talks about the various modes. Because if without that data, we can't really start to build a walking school bus effort, which is something I think that the board is interested in. Sorry that we lost. Let me ask a couple of questions. What's the difference between the walking distance and consolidated bus stops? It's the same thing, isn't it?
Very, very similar. So in consolidated bus stops, we went to more consolidated bus stops this year, and that was something that made people uncomfortable. So for example, but it was something that happened. So for example, it was where the service level that had been provided to our families historically had almost been, for almost all families, curb to curb. So families could sit in their living room and say, I don't see the bus, because they were looking out at the stop sign across the street. And so when you started with consolidated stops, it actually brought students from different directions to a common location versus taking them to the area that was right at the curb. But the challenge is still with the consolidated stops. The stops may be consolidated, but the average that they're walking is still 0.17.
Because if I recall the round tables, consolidated stops was not a popular idea with the people that were participating. But walking slightly more was not as adversely responded to as consolidated stops. So that's why I want to try to understand, if I can, what's the difference? It sounds like there's going to be consolidated stops just because there's going to be, no, there's going to be fewer stops, but not consolidated stops.
So consolidated stops take several stops that are in close proximity and put those stops together in a neutral location. So that consolidates them. But the walk to stop location is still the average of the same for those individuals that are coming to that consolidated location.
From an engagement piece, increasing walkability or the distance of the walk is a better way to present this than consolidated stops.
Understood.
So I can understand, and I don't know how complex this gets if you do it by grades or whatever. I do worry about all of the kids regardless, and more than half of the spaces where these kids are coming from. And we don't want to live through what we lived through a few years ago. But beyond that, I'm still kind of interested in trying to think in terms of, I'd rather look at this walking thing more than I would rather do the 1.25. Just from the standpoint of, I still believe messaging and getting the city to take responsibility for creating safe school zones, all that is better done at a mile. I could begin to think in terms of some of this additional walking, because I'm going to be assuming we're going to be making things safer, as will the city. And we're so organized that we can do it by family, perhaps. So that's where I am. Consolidated stops, I don't think the community's going to like that. But the walking thing, maybe, yes. And the way you've done this is fabulous. But I'd like to maintain the sanctity of that 1 mile that's in policy for the reasons I've discussed for the last couple meetings.
So for us, thank you for sharing that. For us, we heard that fairly loudly, I think, from the board collectively, and understand why. But of course, we're tasked with making sure that we get our students to school on time and we get them there safely. And so we have to bring the best recommendations and the best thinking around that. So if we get to this point, and of course, we want to have some flexibility within numbers as well, so that if there is something that goes one way or the other, we have an opportunity to address that. So I think that is what this gives us. I think once we get here, we likely would not go to the next level conversation about the 1.25, because we received the feedback that would not be as there would be more challenges in terms of that. But trying to get the walking, even though the policy is at a half, trying to get closer to that would allow us to increase our efficiency.
I just would add, the entire community that impacted, wasn't our fault, but we shocked the entire community about transporting our teenagers. Like overnight, the whole community thinks that changed, that had been that way for 40 years. And just a couple of weeks ago, we had the whole district start to think in terms of different start times. And generally, that was received very patiently by the vast majority. I don't want to keep doing too many shock waves, but I'm interested in this walk thing, not so much consolidated, certainly never more than one, but I like the specificity of this information, and I do think, I appreciate that.
I don't really have much to add now. I appreciate it, President Lindy. Board Member Bolton said virtually everything I was going to say, including, the only things I've really put a highlighter on is my biggest concern with things, and the specificity is excellent. And just this whole transportation thing the past couple of months for me has been a highlight, to be able to make decisions based on data that makes sense to me, at least, which I haven't been able to say for 6 years. And I don't think it's because I'm a dummy. I just think because I haven't had stuff like this. The thing that concerns me the most, again, Ms. Bolton already said it, I'm just going to repeat it, is the safety of our kids in the street, and working or in the sidewalks, working with the city on that. I think it gives us something tangible to work on. I think they're amenable to this. Working with CPD, I mean, they're a big part of this too. A lot of our signs, like the ones in West Side that we had to remind council members who are no longer there, so no shade to any of our friends down there now, but we had to remind them over and over and over and over again to just put out yellow signs in West High. They're trash right now. One of them's down. So we may, if you didn't get the memo, we could get that back up, would be cool. But my point is like we need help from the police department on this issue, which is the city. So I think we can get that. And then the last thing I'll say, remember Craig was spoke about this in the other couple presentations. This decision is going to be one of the easiest ones we have to make as far as changing the system in the next year. And if we can improve efficiency and save money and not give too much heartburn, so back to Ms. Bolton, you know, as far as not too many shocks to the system, I think people have been very gracious with us, honestly, and I want to thank everybody for that because we've had to make some real substantial changes. Again, with the 0.25, not as great with the 1.25, but it doesn't sound like if we do this, then we may not have to talk about it. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. I'll go real quick and then we can move on. No, just kidding. We're going to hire Mr. Vice President Craig. That's no, it's 6. I already had 5. Yeah, I'm trying to come in under 10. Yeah, Mr. Craig.
Not much longer of a meeting, so you should be okay. I wanted to also just kind of our presentation you did with regard to the first part of this, which was the start times. I know our goal at that point was to try and get down to 317 because we were at 321 at that bus total, and this gets us to 316.
Yes.
So I think that's one of the things I wanted to highlight. Go forward, actually.
Go other way. Keep going.
One more.
Keep going. Right there. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I think this is a tremendous thing in that fact that it gets us actually below where we thought we would need to be, and so I think that to Board Member Bolton's and Board Member Morosky's point, this gets us a substantial way in without really creating a lot of heartache. I think the one thing that I would want us to pay somewhat attention to, and this is more of a specific situation for individual students, is that I know we have some students who catch buses in areas where there currently is no sidewalk. And so in those type of situations, maybe those are the ones that we maybe, again, looking into it and seeing specifically, that's where we may make an adjustment to how far we would want them to have to travel along those ways. I specifically live near an area where there's basically a little bitty sidewalk where there's one little kid who catches the bus every morning that he stands on. I'm assuming someone drops him off. I have no idea how he actually gets there. But I would hate to have that idea of him having to walk like on either way of that little bitty area to do it. So I think that's just on an individual case by case scenario. I would expect that we would kind of take a look at those things as well as factors. And then also I think there's an aspect of this that also goes into family planning with regard to where schools their kids go to. While we do have some parents who have picked different schools for different reasons, I think the idea of being able to have your child, you know, your older child, take your younger child with them to a bus stop is always more, you know, desired for a parent. Or, you know, you to be able to take both your kids to the same bus stop area is always more desired. And so I think looking at those individual scenarios are going to be helpful to us solving the problem. But it looks like we have gotten ourselves below the requisite number that was initially given to us as our goal. So.
Thank you, Vice President Craig. Just to be real, most people have said what I was going to share, so I won't repeat. I think I'm glad safety and security is being considered. Thank you for raising that. That was one question I had. I've shared this with some of you before, but one of the things I started doing when I joined the board was to put together like a parent advisory committee. These are parents at different CPS schools all over the district. I'm always trying to find more to get more schools represented. So if you know good people, I would love to talk to them. But I sent a question out about this to them before tonight's meeting because I just wanted to hear what families thought about this. And I do not envy you your job, Superintendent, because I heard back from 3 different people who said 3 different things. And the reason I'm just
Welcome
sharing,
to my life.
I'm just sharing that because
Exactly.
you know there are.
And a whole 8 with Julie back
Yeah,
there.
yeah, it's exactly right. And part of the reason I'm bringing this up is, you know, this according to the slide you have up here, this is 6,500 students. I don't think this is going to be small. You know, like I think there are going to be people who are frustrated by this. If my group is at all representative, it doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do. There were people who were very frustrated about the start time changes. It was absolutely the right thing for us to do. You know, and so I think I could get behind whatever decision you all want to recommend. Part of the difference for me is, you know, the difference in like 10 routes versus 50. You know, I think given the context other board members have raised about how many changes there have been, I do think it would be reasonable to say the juice isn't worth a squeeze. I also think it'd be reasonable to say, you know, we can't do any of the goals that we have if we cannot get kids to school, and we are short every day this year. We have to do everything we can to get them to school on time. And so I want us to be ready for, I think, some, whatever decision we make, some pushback. But I think whatever recommendation you make will be a good one.
I think the other thing, if you go back on the slide to the chart, the other thing here is it's not all of the students that would be impacted because the average is the 1.7, for example. But when we look at the percentages, there are 30% of the students that are already within that 0.5, that are already over the 17%. So it gives us fewer that we're actually impacting because some of them are already walking a farther distance. So it's still going to be many, but it won't be the total numbers that are included if you just add up 4th through 12th grade. Okay.
Thank you. Anything else on our transportation presentation tonight? Thank you for a great presentation. We're going to move now to our guest for the evening, and want to invite back up. It's been a minute, but back up Monica Rosen. Do you need a second to get stuff set? We can get you a couple minutes if that's helpful, or we can start right now. Okay. Well, it's 7:06. We will reconvene in 5 minutes at 7:11. We will see all of you then. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to call our meeting back to order here. We're moving to our last presentation discussion tonight, which is going to be with Alma Advisory Group on our the board-facing part of our strategic planning process, and we'll turn it over to Monica Rosen. Welcome back.
Hi, Monica. Good evening. It is such a pleasure to be with you all today. I was reflecting on my way here that the last time I was here was at the announcement of Ironetta Wright's appointment as superintendent. And I was at the press conference and everybody was celebrating her arrival. And I've been following you all, following the board and the superintendent's work ever since, as has been the Alma team. And we're just honored to be with you all this evening at this point in time. So impressed with everything that's been done. As we come together today, there are a few things that I want to point out about kind of how we got this point in this work and how we think about what we want to accomplish this evening and where we go from here with the work that I'm here to support. So if we can move to the next slide. As you all know from the superintendent search process, the Alma Advisory Group has a core value around community engagement in everything that we do. And we love to say the people with the most at stake with any decision shouldn't just get the opportunity to provide input. They should really have a seat at the table. They should be driving the direction that you take as a district. And community input deeply informed the superintendent search process. And there was a lot that the board learned in that process about the things that the community was asking for. And once the superintendent was here, Superintendent Wright had her listening tour, her entry journey. She got to hear from lots of community members as well. You all did your goals and guardrails work, and you've spent the fall and winter building your strategic plan actions. So one of the things that we want, the board is asking to do, is taking a look at all of the information that's been gained. What are we learning about the direction the district is going from here? And what does it tell us about the ways in which the mission and the vision of the district are shifting with the new direction that you're taking, with your goals and guardrails, with your strategic priorities? And so I'm pleased to be here with you all, as you know, support the effort to revise, refine your mission statement, your vision statement, and to create what we're calling a forecast, which is to say, if we are successful, what will be different in the district? How will Cincinnati Public Schools look different in our local region? How will we be different within the state and within the country? So that's the work that we are here to examine. I wanted us to take a look at a shared purpose for this evening. So we can move to the next slide. We wanted, as I mentioned a moment ago, understand what is becoming clear about the mission and vision for the district based on everything that we've learned so far. We'd like to establish a shared agreement about how we define what success looks like, feels like, is experienced, whether it's locally, regionally, and nationally. And I am now beginning an effort to engage with your community on these same questions. So I'd like to hear from you all tonight what you want us to be listening for and learning from members of your community during our upcoming listening sessions. I wanted to share a little bit about our timeline and some agreement. I want to bring back our shared agreements. I don't know if you board members remember from the search process for us to look at. But first, if you can move to the next slide. There are several steps in the process. So we have been, as a team, reviewing the input that's been collected during the superintendent search, the superintendent's entry. And we actually have a brief summary for the board to take a look at this evening. We're at the stage of board and community engagement. So we'll be meeting with each board member one-on-one and engaging in additional community meetings. We will be, in addition to that, working this evening with the board. Our goal is to review all of the information and input that is collected, and then we look and come and work with the board to review that input and to build a drafted vision and mission statement. So that's our work in a nutshell. In a moment, we're going to talk a little bit about kind of how we think about the community engagement portion of this work. But before we do that, I wanted us to take a look at our next slide here, which are shared agreements. And so I pulled this directly from the superintendent search shared agreements and wanted to give you all a chance just to revisit this. So these were the shared agreements that we created collectively when you were coming together to make your decision on your next superintendent. And you may have created new agreements since, but I wanted to come back to these agreements and hear what's resonating with you, what feels important for yourself to bring to this work into this mission and vision and forecasting work. So I'll give you a moment just to look at these agreements. So I'd love to hear from the group, but anyone who wants to volunteer, is there any one thing up on this slide that's particularly resonating for you in the board's work around developing a mission and vision statement? Yes, President.
Monica, this is not a particularly deep thought, but whereas before we were working on a search and hiring a superintendent, we worked with you quite a bit in executive session. And so a lot was confidential. We're joined by, 10, 15 folks this evening, and we're live streaming this on the internet. So I would just suggest that we strike confidentiality. But everything else, the relax and be a learner, I love the everyone's voice matters, even if we disagree. These all still resonate for me with the one change.
Yes, no, I appreciate that, and I do think it's important to note the ways in which we engage with each other clearly should be consistent, whether it's a private space or public space. But being in a public space does add a different kind of dynamic for us to be aware of as we're engaging in this discourse. So yes, very fair. Thank you, President Lindy. Anyone else? Okay. So I think it's helpful just to be thinking about the ways in which we're engaging with each other when we're having productive discourse, productive struggle like this. I wanted to start by talking a little bit about the purpose of having a vision and mission statement. And then I'm going to pause to talk a little bit about the community engagement process in this particular phase of work. So we'll move on to the next slide there. So a vision statement is intended to really describe what you desire as your future state. It is like the forecast, except it's a definitive, succinct statement about why you're doing this work, what you are making possible because of the work that you're doing. The mission statement is more about your purpose. It's how you get there. It's about what you do, what your actions are that make the vision a reality. We're adding to this idea of a forecast, which is looking in the next 3 years, what does progress towards our vision and mission look like in reality if we get there? So it's a little more concrete in the nature of what we're looking to build. I wanted to pause here. In a moment, we're going to examine what the current vision and mission statements are, and we're going to take a look at a summary that the ALMA team put together for today. But I wanted to start by talking a little bit about the process that we want to use to get to a mission and vision. And so I want to name that in an ideal world, you might start with your mission and vision statement before you build your strategic plan, right? Which are the steps in which you kind of get there. In this case, for all sorts of reasons, we didn't do that. So what we had at the beginning, and my understanding is, you first built your goals and guardrails, and that work has really been the true guide for the strategic plan that the superintendent is building. The perspective, as I understand it, is that we're able to take a lot of the input that's been gathered over the last year and a half to inform the work around the mission and vision statement. But I want to check and give an opportunity for the group to discuss. The process as we have it right now is that I'm going to be meeting with individuals all day tomorrow. We have 28 so far that have RSVP'd and are planning to come. RSVP was optional, so we're hoping there will be additional people. We also offered for the community who were invited that if they couldn't make tomorrow work, to provide availability so that we can hold additional virtual sessions. And so, you know, the hope is that we're building from all the knowledge already. We're engaging in these conversations. We're engaging in the working session tonight and the one-on-ones to build the mission and vision statement. What I want to know from the group is, I want us to have an open conversation about, is there anything further that you wish to see there? How do you feel about that particular plan? Is there additional engagement that we should consider? Why or why not? So I'll open it up for the group to discuss from here.
Yeah, I think we can just chime in.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll just kind of start off, and with the process, I kind of thought things would be a little bit differently, but so far what you've outlined, I would be in support of having more engagement, just not that one, the day for tomorrow. And I know that you've put out there that they can maybe do a virtual. I think we just probably needed a little bit more than the one day.
About others?
Right.
Well, I'll go. I mean, I like a lot of what we have described in building the vision and mission. I think we've done a lot of work on a lot of the things that typically would have been kind of the building blocks of where you would get to your vision and mission from. And some of the work we've done and some of the communication and conversations we've had. I think one of the things that I look forward to seeing and look forward to our conversation to talk about also is, in some ways, the vision and the mission are things that we want to put an aspirational tone to, right? Like those are the things that we are striving to be. And in a lot of ways, sometimes our conversations end up being where we are. And so that's the one thing that I would hope that we are also having a conversation be more about, is not so much where we are, but where we're going towards or where we want to be. Because I do think that was one of the struggles with our goals and guardrails conversations, is that a lot of it is built starting from where we are. And so we had to have that conversation in order to say, where should our goals be going forward? Now it's that next conversation of what do we see ourselves as when we're successful?
Thank you, Vice President.
So I'll go. You and I had an opportunity to meet earlier. I was the first one, so I feel special. But I think that we've spent a significant time under governance training with regard to goals and guardrails, and I think those are separate from the vision and mission. as I shared with you, I think that to me, our goals and guardrails are nice, but they tend to be around academics. And even by your definition, the vision being a written statement in future tense about where the organization desires or aspires to be doesn't singularly include academics. It can include the culture of the organization. It can include the community engagement. It can include other things. So I don't feel that just simply using goals and guardrails as a jump off to a vision and mission is inclusive of what I believe the community's perspective will be. I will say I am slightly biased because I sat on the last strategic planning committee with a few administrations ago, and there was a significant amount of intentionality around community engagement. And that's the perspective that I'm looking for. I thought that we were going to have that in full transparency. I think we are 5 months behind where our original goals were. I thought we were going to begin this at the beginning of the year and have the opportunity for some intentional engagement. I sat with in listening sessions with community members, and we told them, no, this is around goals and guardrails, not the strategic plan. So there was interest there for that to happen. So I think that we should have you engage the community with intentionality around the vision and the mission, and not just use the goals and the guardrails based upon, in part, the definitions that you have on the screen around what a vision is and what a mission is. I think our district vision and mission, I was trying to pull it up. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I think that it's just not around, I don't know how we can, with integrity, have a strategic plan without a clear vision and mission first. That's just my personal opinion. So I really think that we should work together as a team to develop that, and then go back and look at if we have to separate that out, academic, which I don't think we should have to, but then move forward. But I would be in full support of adjusting our timeline so that this doesn't feel rushed, because I feel like this is rushed to meet a deadline that I think has adjusted.
Thank you. Other comments? Yeah.
Yeah, I think everything that everybody says is right. And we are in an awkward position through no fault of our own, or not because of bad planning, but because we've been asked to do so many things that are so big for boards to do in such a short time, so that we did get kind of off calendar, so to speak, and have been trying to make up that calendar and yet keep moving forward, because you can't pause the district. Or, you know, we kind of did that with COVID and see what happened. But yeah, I'm anxious to hear what the community has to say in these limited engagement pieces, and I think we probably do need, as Mary mentioned, and I think as Kareem is emphasizing, maybe more. But for me, the exciting thing is that we've had this particular vision and mission, I believe, since 17, since Alex Coombs was president, I think. So I think it's 6 years or so or more. And I don't think it's bad. In the last strategic plan, we did not change the vision and mission, and determined in the last strategic plan we didn't need to. I think now we need to, because I think the district is in a position of and I think we're trying to get into position and be poised for it, that next level. And I think the world has changed since 2017, and the expectations and the challenges for education have changed. I think Kareem's right about the goals and guardrails. We are aligned, and that's great. But those things really are more about the instructional piece. So it makes sense that the superintendent and compatriots were working on that. That's their work more than ours. But right now, the chance of seeing what the future might hold and forecasting what we want it to look like and coming up with a inspiring and a mobilizing mission statement, I think is super exciting. And I think that is informed by the community, but I do believe that's board work. That's district work with everybody aware, because I think it was Brandon that mentioned what tends to happen is that it becomes commentary. It becomes a news report as to where we are, and disproportionately, that's what kind of happens in much engagement. But if we can find a way, if you can find a way to engage the public, that they are not reporting on what is, but what their hopes for their school district is, that would be great. I don't know how, but that's why you're here, to figure out how to do that, because I don't know how to do it, but I'm excited about it, and we are out of kilter, but what's new? It's Cincinnati, and so, but I'm excited, and I like that forecast thing. What's the future hold for us, and what do we have to do?
Go ahead, Mike.
Hello, good to have you back. I was just curious. So, who out of the 28, who will be there, or how did the invite go out? I probably should know, but I've been kind of out of it. So.
So there was, I think, a lot of interest from board members at past meetings to go back to the people who engaged with us during the goals and guardrails process and invite them back to this. We basically went through anybody who we reached out to, whether or not they came. So hundreds of people got this, and I think there's other follow-up that's gone out. Does that help? Okay.
So there were over 300 people invited. I think that different board members are making excellent points about this. I'm very comfortable within my scope extending to a series of virtual sessions if it means getting more people in over the next several weeks. One initial test was to see how many people offered additional time on the survey. Also very happy to open up, who's invited to participate. So if it's okay with the rest of the board, I can take that on as a follow-up action item, and we can add a series of virtual sessions in addition to the meetings that are taking place tomorrow. The other idea that Dr. Moffitt had was perhaps to have a survey that could go out to anybody who wants to participate that's expressly asking about perspectives around the mission and vision statement. I think that's a great idea as well, really open to that possibility. So I think as we talk before the end of today, we're going to talk about the questions that what you want to make sure we're learning in our community conversations. And then I think we can take that back to see what a survey could look like that could go out to the whole community. If we did both of those things, would it provide some comfort or sense of, and we can discuss timing, but would it help us feel like we were doing a little better in our outreach? Yeah.
I would just add that would definitely help me feel a little bit better in terms of knowing that we're giving the community additional opportunities. We're sending out that survey, not just limiting it, but opening it up to others.
Yeah.
So I would be in agreement of doing something like
that. Okay, perfect. All right, well, that's perfect for me. Thank you. And that gives me good guidance. And we'll now move on to the next piece. So Dr. Moffitt was just asking, what is the current vision and mission statement? And so what I wanted you to do, actually take a look at what the current vision and mission statement is. And then we're going to take a look at a 2-page document that's printed out and in front of you. But first, let's take a look at the current vision and mission statement. So your current vision statement is Cincinnati Public Schools will be a community that ensures equitable access to a world-class education, unleashing the potential of every student. Your mission statement is, we educate all students with rigor and care in a culture of excellence to develop engaged citizens who are prepared for life. Some of the things we're going to be working on tonight are what feels, so I loved what Ms. Bolton was saying about kind of the fact that things have changed since 2017. We wanted to start this evening's conversation talking about what we think has shifted, but we want to build from what you've learned so far. And so I want to give you all a chance on your own to take a look at this 2-page summary that we have here. And in particular on page 1, there's a summary there on what have been the key themes that came out both in the superintendent search, in the superintendent's entry, and in the goals and guardrail work. This is obviously very high level, but want to give you a chance to look at this, look at the vision and mission, and we'll start just with a conversation about what do you think has changed, or what would you add or emphasize to what some of the key needs are in the community today when you're looking at the summary of what we've learned so far?
Hey, Monica, can I just, for a point of clarification, is the prompt the one that is on the screen? I think you may have asked something in addition to this. I just want to make sure I got it down correctly.
Yes, so the better slide would be slide 10. The next one, slide 10, yes. So it's
Great.
really question 1 up at the top there.
Yep.
And it's taking a look at what we've learned so far.
Yep.
What do we think has changed or evolved, or what would you add? What might be new or different today from, say, the things that people have shared over the last year and a half? President, I have a process question. So normally I would have people turn to pairs or trios to talk first before we talk as a large group. In a public board meeting, are we allowed to do that?
That's a really good question. We've done it before. I was sharing with everybody that, with Monica, that in the fall, when Cindy was here, we were working in small groups at the back, coming up with drafts and revisions for goals and guardrails. So we've certainly done it before. I think if you just make sure we have time to share out from groups.
Okay.
But I want to check to make sure that we were all in that meeting. Does that work for everybody?
Is that okay, or would we prefer a large group? Everyone just share?
I'm gonna just,
Okay.
I
no
say
problem.
large group. I'll speak up.
No problem. No problem. Okay, no problem. All right, we'll just give you another minute, jot down your thoughts, and then we'll talk as a group.
I just say for certain learners, there's a benefit for being able to talk in a small group first. And if the majority of people would like to do whole group,
Thanks, Dad.
All right, great. So first of all, just as you read the summary of what you learned so far, and just for the people that, is this summary out on board docs, do you know?
It will be in just a second.
It will be. For those who are watching, there were 6 big ideas. The first was that there's an overarching agreement about the need to center students, that there's a sentiment that the district needs to balance an emphasis on learning and academics with the needs of understanding and support the whole child, that there was a desire in the community to create a system and culture that supports improvement and excellence, a desire for collaboration, communication, and transparent decision-making. Many stakeholders really wanting to see CPS succeed. And this notion that equity as an idea has been somewhat polarizing and requires further clarification and conversation. So those were the big ideas. And actually, if we want to go to the previous slide, they're up on that slide for us to look at as well. There you go. All right. So I guess I'll just start with any general reactions from the group. And the question is, do you feel like this summarizes some of the big ideas? And what else feels really pressing and important in the community that either has shifted or changed, whether recently or over the last year, or that feels important to lift up as we're thinking about the big themes, the things that are out there as big sentiments from the community?
Monica, I think people are very used to being called on, but I do think for the purposes of this, no, but for the purposes of this, I think people should just talk, right? Is
Yes,
that work for? Great. So just please continue to jump in.
So I'll share one thought I think that we've also are learning and have learned is that the safety of our students has become a major issue for a lot of folks within the community, whether that is safety in how they get to and from school, or whether that's safety within the school. And again, I don't think it's something that's probably we weren't thinking about or anything that effective in the past searches, but I think it's more pressing issue for students is the level of concern from some parents might be higher.
Okay, thank you for that.
Oh, I think that's huge. I wish I thought of it. But I would add to that safety piece, prevalence, omnipresence, if you will, of violence. I mean, this is very scary now. It is more than safe routes to school. It's more than making sure it's violence within the buildings, violence around the buildings, in the neighborhoods, violence in the media. And it's awful, and it's impacting the kids, and it's impacting staff. Yes. Staff is afraid, and so I think, and it's not. This is not Cincinnati only. This is everywhere. So I think that safety piece has become much more. It was maybe 1 or 2 board members in the past. And that was their thing. And they were in minority. I mean, but this is now the violence and the need for safety and finding safe space in a school, I think, is much more prevalent.
Thank you.
And I would just add that I definitely agree with both board members in terms of safety and in terms of violence. But I would say that looking over these themes, that all of them are still relevant. They all still apply. Definitely to this district, and I think to what the community is still looking for.
Thank you.
I would agree with what Mrs. Weinberg said. As I read these, I was nodding my head. I think if pushed to come up with something that, in addition to safety, I feel like one thing that comes up often is meaningful and good options for students outside of a college prep track. And there are lots of them, you know, and I think that you can find that in our current mission and vision. You can find that in here, but I do feel like that's a theme that comes up pretty frequently.
So next, I think I agree. That's good. We all agree. We agree to agree. So I think I had safety down. I think feeling engaged, included, and valued and respected from families to staff, students, you know, every constituent group is talking about wanting to engage on some level. And I think that that is a community response. I also feel like the community would say social emotional support is huge, not just for students, but for staff. I don't know what levels, but I've heard staff say that we need to support our teachers, social emotional. We need to support our support staff, social emotional, and our students. So that mental health support around all around is. So I'm going to also say like education on a little e. So just awareness, inclusion, educating parents on what they don't know, educating teachers on how students are now different after the pandemic. So those are, and the other thing I would add is well, I won't say that. Here, I'll just wait. I think it's good. I think it's good.
My last. This doesn't work. I keep forgetting it doesn't work. So I got to talk loud. So yeah, I do agree with all this. I will pick up where Dr. Moffitt left off and just add a couple things. So she addressed the mental health, I think, of students, which is directly tied to what Board Member Bolton was talking about. These are part and parcel of one another, you know, different sides of the same coin. And also then the thing I'll add to Dr. Moffitt that's also based on what we're seeing in the schools, this issue Board Member Bolton is talking about is born out of the mental health of our students is not great. And again, this is not unique to us. They are not well. And something I've started hearing more and more that I'd never really heard before, pretty frequently actually, Dr. Moffitt, when I was with her at Academy of World Languages, I heard it there as well, that the mental health and behavior of our little students is very noticeably different than it had been in the past. So students that weren't even really in school when the pandemic started, and so students who weren't even in childcare and had nowhere to go. We you know had went remote like we had to, but at the same time, the students who had a place to go had a place to go. The families in our district, which is most, you know, economically disadvantaged situations, could not afford to send their young people, babies that were born right then. And I don't know that we fully know what to do with that. I'll speak for myself, not we, but you know, this is not something we're used to. And even with the violence among real little ones. And so anyway, I've been hearing it. It's not something I've ever heard before in 20 some years of being in education in one way, shape, or form. And I'm hearing it repeatedly. So I'd throw that out there. And then also, and I can't ever pass up an opportunity to talk about how much the state of Ohio hates children, especially Black and poor children. And we have a lot of them in our district. The state of Ohio is going after dollars that address these exact issues, social emotional learning, etc., and trying to hurt our students and create more violence in the Black community and lower income community. And that is a problem. And that's something that we don't have. We have lobbyists who do a great job. And I'm not saying we need to include this in here. Maybe it's my policy hat. I don't know. But it is concerning because this state budget sucks. The one that's going to get passed sucks for children. And there are weird new rules that are popping up in these budgets from higher ed all the way down that are aimed at demonizing our kids.
I want to add a little thought onto what Mike is talking about also, and it strikes me as the one topic about equity is polarizing and requires clarification. I think it actually speaks a lot to what Mike is talking about in our state culture right now, which is that equity is seen as a negative word.
Across the country.
Yeah, across the country, but especially right now in our state legislatures, they're passing laws that are aiming for efforts to provide equity to resources in schools, equity to how we hire and employ staff, equity to how we even think about what is true education, right? So if you're talking about a topic of fact, such as what the true history of America looks like and what the true history of the world looks like, there's a different vision on what that equitable history message is in our legislature. So I think it does pose an especially difficult task for a district where majority of your students are minority, who are being told the stuff in their history books that were, 86, or that were made in the 80s and 90s is what they should stick with, and not anything that's more current, that are told that they can't learn at a certain level. So when we think about what do we do to do equity, it presents a whole new challenge when you have to both deal with your equitable resources within your district and also the political effects of talking about equity and talking about equitable distribution of resources, so that folks don't come at you and say, oh, look, you're just only trying to do X, Y, and Z.
I'd add to that, because I think we're getting to something here, and this is probably more mission than vision, but the school boards are now in a position of having to protect academic freedom through our curriculum and through our contracts with our instructional staff. I mean, we're in a protective mode more so than I can remember. I mean, we've always been financially in a protective mode, and certainly people may not like public education or whatever, but we are having to protect academic freedom, and we are also having to protect that diversity piece.
Yeah.
I mean, and we are a very progressive district. Maybe Cincinnati, maybe this or that, and maybe Southern Ohio or whatever. But the reality is this body is very progressive as an elected body. But I mean, it's every kid that's under the gun, so to speak. I mean, whether it's a trans kid or whether it's somebody wanting to teach something, or so it's a staff member. We're having to protect diversity. We built the whole district around diversity, and now people in Columbus are telling us diversity is bad. I mean, and they're trying to convince the public that it's bad. And the other part of the mission thing is we're built on choice in this district. That you have so many things within our inventory, but we can't sustain the choice. So we have to figure out how to be in a protective mode as well as a sustaining mode. And I do think something new is also the fact, and this is mission, I think, rather than vision. I think there's an interest in this board and in the community that the elected folks all work together a lot better and more. Meaning that resources are combined, or resources are supplemented, or found a way to maximize whatever we have. So there's few silo thing does not work. And I think that's somewhat different than it was in the past. People like silos. Then
I'll stop after this. It's just dangerous not having to raise our hands, having this kind of conversation with. But I can't help but note that we are fortunate that we have partners. I'm thinking specifically of Beach Acres right now, who the former superintendent heads up, and who I'm fortunate enough to work with in my real job, working to address these issues, because the fact is there are dollars from the federal government for these exact issues. If you live in Colorado, you can call a number if you're 6 years old and get 6 free therapy sessions. Our state government goes out of its way to make rules to give the money back. They pass legislation to give back free money so they didn't have to pay child care workers more over the pandemic, so that these women wouldn't get used to it. Quote unquote, if you can't see my finger quotes. So that's what we're dealing with. And we have money to work with these kids already, and they make rules so they don't have to give it to our kids. And so, working with our partners, again, it's not all doom and gloom. We have amazing community partners. I called out Beach Acres as one. They're obvious, they're big. We have a pretty close connection with them. We have a congressman now in our district that's trying to loosen up rules so we can get even more money for mental health, and wellness dollars. This state is in the bottom third, for childhood well-being. And then we got a governor that says he's got childhood wellness dollars. He may break.
Thank you for that. Well, I appreciate where the conversation is going, and it's really leading me to a question for you all. As you're seeing the way that the strategic plan is shaping up and what the superintendent is focusing on in her strategic plan, and even connecting back to the goals and guardrails, what are some of the things that you see as bold moves that the superintendent needs to be making moving forward? Because what I want us to think about as we're building the board's mission and vision statement is how you ensure that you're supporting your superintendent in the things that she's going to have to lead on the ground for the district. So I'm just curious from the group, what do you see as some of the bold moves that the superintendent needs to make? Or that the superintendent is planning to make, or that you're excited about as you're seeing the way this strategic plan is coming together?
So, go ahead, Mike.
I'll say, and I've said this in a number of board meetings, this is very broad, but I think it relates to a lot of things that we've agreed we care about, and that is not only her reliance on data, because data does not change anything. If data changed things, everything I just said would be solved. Political will is what changes things. That being said, microcosmically speaking of our progressive little body of 7, it takes a lot of guts. So if the data is one thing, but it's the guts that I care about, because superintendent has the guts to put on a screen for God and everyone to see that we got, for example, 0% of kids to school on time, or that 14% of our kids are passing Algebra 1. Presenting data, that's powerful. Data's not that powerful. Sorry for all the data.
It's not 0.
Huh? No. There was a moment. No. I'm talking about there was a presentation at a time, Ben, where there was 0%.
Okay, just for clarity, it's not today.
Not today.
Today is not 0%.
That's not now. That's not now. Please clarify, please.
But it takes guts to do that. And that does, like, and then when you have 7 people who may not agree all the time and bicker and look silly perhaps because we do everything in public like we should, which is, I think, good. To Doc's point, like on these kind of things, we do agree. And so having somebody that's got the courage to do that then paves the way for elected people who are elected to govern to make big decisions that can transform. So more of that, please.
Thank you.
I'll give a thought to follow on to Mike also, is that I think we have done a lot of conversations around improving certain functionality of systems to make them more apparent for us to know. And so I think transportation was one example where we had to find out what we did not have and how can we make it better. But I also think the programming audit that was done is a opportunity for us to actually do the assessment of what we are offering and where, that we really could not have the conversation around until we knew, right? I think that's one of the problems at times, is that we are trying to do so many great things, we have so many great programs, but if everybody doesn't know about them, if we don't know about them, how do we really fully help a child or help a parent get the child to the school that offers what they need if we can't even tell them what we offer for them? So I think that's one of the ones that I look forward to as we go forward, is really thinking about what programs are we offering and where we're offering them, so that we can better assess the strengths of our district and the areas that we need to improve, especially around things like, and I heard President Lenny talk about this, alternatives besides just college prep, right? For the fact that some folks don't know about some of the programs we offer for other things, and some of the ways that those resources can be utilized, is in large part our fault as a district, but it's something we can certainly improve upon. And I think that's a big step we're going forward with, but it's also a big step to do what we've done so far with the program audits.
Thank you.
So I want to make sure that I understand what the original question is. What was it?
What are as you're looking at the strategic plan, the way it's written, how it's coming together, what do you see as some of the bold moves that the superintendent will be making, that the board needs to support, get behind?
So in looking at that, I will highlight one thing that I think is really positive that Board Member Craig touched on. I think that old folks say a new broom sweeps clean, and in many respects, with regard to the program audit, that has happened, in that we, the board members, are really, really strong on community engagement. We have a wonderful historical perspective that spans quite a decade or so on this board with regard to governance, from Board Member Bolton to Mike, who is here as the second longest person, to the to the diversity that the three new members have brought on as well. But I think that we bring such diversity to the board, and it reflects the community. And to have a fresh set of eyes come in and say, you know, let's just look at your programs and what you offer, I think partnered in a true partnership with that historical perspective and all of that wisdom could really make some significant gains for our students and our families within the district, because we have the wonderful benefit of knowing what the community has historically supported and will potentially support, and what has been beneficial for our kids historically. But we can also benefit from some great new ideas as well. And I think in a true partnership where we take a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and it's not all or one, it's not someone guiding the other in a takeover dictatorship, but it's really, and we have the potential to do that. And I think that the program audit is a wonderful start for that. So I think that the strategic plan can really be informed with potentially great ideas on things that could impact our kids in a great way.
Dr. Moffitt, along those lines of new ideas, you know, so I was intrigued by the conversation earlier about transportation and this idea that there's 6,500 people, you know, families potentially impacted, and we can't please everybody. Are there things that you could see the district moving forward in the future that could be uncomfortable for some, but necessary to get where we want to be as a district?
Personally speaking, I think transportation is just one area that I think can be uncomfortable, but people are just fed up with it being a huge debacle. And so they want change. They may not like all the decisions, but therein I defer always to putting people at the table and giving them the information. Where we tend to face the most resistance is when you spring things on people and they don't have enough time to process it. They can't say that they heard it. You're just telling them rather than informing them and engaging them. But I think that some of the potential changes that we also have coming down the pike with programming has caused quite a bit of conversation, school programming with regard to the audit. I think some of the other things that we're having to think about have caused some, well, I will say have caused an increase in awareness and inclusion. And I also think the budgeting process this year has just been extremely the topic of many discussions, from LSDMCs at the building level to admins, because we're talking about personnel changes. And again, those things are difficult, but the biggest input that I've heard has not been that people didn't like that the change had to happen. It was confusion around the process and not knowing what was going to happen. And again, I think that that goes back to awareness and engagement.
Yes.
If somebody wanted to respond to Dr. Moffitt, jump in. I was going to respond on a different track. Did you want to respond to Kareem? Okay, well, I'll go and then I'll go next. In terms of, as we look at the draft strategic plan, what are the bold moves that feel most important? You know, with the acknowledgement that I know this is still a draft, and we'll be talking about it more too. I think one thing I saw in here that I liked a lot was the idea of supporting educators around high quality curriculum. I think our district has done a really good job of buying better curriculum over the last 5+ years, and that's great. And I think to make sure that all, not just teachers, but paras and principals and central office folks like really understand and both are and feel supported in helping bring that to life in classrooms, feels like another really good and important step on rigor. So I'd mention that. I have a hard time imagining any plan that will be successful if we're not really investing in talent, and that's recruiting strong and diverse talent, that is retaining strong and diverse talent, developing strong and diverse talent within our system. I have a particular bias around the principal role. My colleagues have heard me say this before, just in terms of how important that is for whether teachers want to stay in the building or not. And so, but I would mention those two around training, really strong support around high quality curriculum, and then our overall talent strategy.
I don't see phrases, which reimagining our work. That's a very big phrase, and I do think that that's what this particular draft is. That is bold, rethinking what the work actually is. And I'm going to say it. The benefit of having someone new is that for those of us that are not new, when you get a new person in, that person challenges what you actually value. And this board has spent a long time saying, hey, wait a minute, you're not picking up on something we think is really important. I mean, that's the value of a new voice, because if nothing else, it gets you into your prioritizing about what you hold dear. And we've found it with collaboration, or we found it with the partnership piece, or we've found it with some. So I think that's the bold thing, is that it's been challenging for us to actually put priority on what we value. I mean, we just assumed it, but with a different voice, then and that's part of the process of the superintendent finding out what we value, and then knowing, well, I guess we better build around this particular pillar or what have you. And then I think the challenging thing has been, and this is technical, it's and not surprising, is the centralization versus the decentralization. This is not a school system. It's a system of schools. And so this has been a real challenge for our superintendent, for our board, and for our schools, because we spent 40, almost 50 years working through a decentralized system, and nobody's given that up, but we all recognize that some aspects of that have to, be part of the reassessing how we do certain things. So that reimagining our work is inspiring to me. As a former teacher, that is inspiring.
No,
I don't think this is on topic, but it's related to what Ms. Bolton is saying. Yeah. But it's related to Ms. Bolton, and I think, and it's important, and I've called it out a few times, so this is not surprising to anybody in this room. Part of what has also been challenging, I know this is about the superintendent, but I'm turning it back on us because, to use my same analogy, different sides of the same coin. Part of the challenge has been that oftentimes, not to speak for the superintendent, but I assume that the superintendent often feels like she has 7 different directives, or 7 different priorities, or 7 different. We align on a lot. We do tonight. We've done it a good, and I'm not saying it's always like that, because it's not. But it can be like that. And so, we're going through the board governance training, and, us figuring out what that core, which is what this is, what that core set of things is, and we're all going to have different, you know, personalities and different ways we think things should be done. But as long as these things are aligned, I think that could help with your piece about what are the bold sort of things that are going to have to happen. And the treasurer and the treasurer's team gave us a long presentation tonight that told us we're going to have a hell of a lot more difficult decisions than walking a quarter mile to a bus stop to save money real soon. And those decisions are not going to be easy, and they will be impossible if there are 7 different voices saying do 7 different things about 70,000 different items.
Thank you. Mrs. Weinberg, want to give you a chance to weigh in here? You're good. Okay. Great. Thank you. Any other comments on this particular question?
Could I just add,
Yeah.
moving forward, and Dan will be mad about this, but moving forward,
Can't wait.
yeah, moving forward, nobody better miss the energy and the synergy around ad hoc is a big picture. It's just, it's going to resurface, and I think the superintendent and the treasurer have been actually pretty supportive about the ad hoc, which is talk about re-envisioning your work. It's re-envisioning the entire district. I mean, moving away from neighborhood and magnet, we're no longer there. We're no longer there. I mean, the ad hoc is where the big stuff's gonna, I mean, that's the challenge. And I've been happy that the superintendent and the treasurer have been very supportive of kind of that brain clearing of ad hoc.
And I would love, I don't want to put the superintendent and treasurer on the spot, but also welcome your voices in this conversation in terms of what you see as some of the bold moves you're going to make as superintendent that you may need the board's support around.
I think that I would concur with much of what I've heard already around the table. I think Board Member Bolton's commentary really resonates with me because this is my 3rd large urban school district. This is smaller school district than I've been in, but it's one of the largest. I mean, we're the 2nd largest in Ohio. And the way that work has been done here is different. It's just very different than previous experiences. And I think a lot of that has come from the ebb and flow of decentralization. When I talk to the team, you know, I have the value of having a partner that has been here for almost 30 years, 29 years, I believe, right? And so that's someone that also shares with me quite a bit around historical perspective and kind of how did we get to certain spaces, you know, in conversations that we're having, like how did we get here? And so there was a time when it was more centralized and there were opportunities for that. And there was a time when it moved to decentralization and got farther and farther away from what is that core work. So I think really being able to identify, and I'm glad to hear that because, you know, I would like for everything to be bold, but everything that we do right now is bold because it is different in terms of bringing everyone kind of back together in that same centering place. When I said saw the need for centering students, it's centering all of us around what is the top priority. And I mean, I will say it, I believe that a school district exists. One of the reasons that we exist is to improve outcomes for children. And everything else that we do really should be done in a whole child perspective with the undercurrent and the foundation of improving their outcomes. So we want to make sure that we're addressing the whole child. Why? Because they deserve that, but we're also addressing the needs of the whole child so that we can improve outcomes for them. And that's something that I think that we're coming together on. I think it was bold for the board to decide to and you know, I think they still think that it's bold, but to decide after almost 20 years to hire someone that was outside of the district. You know, they had not been a part of the district because there's so much that's just ingrained because that's the way that it's been in the district, and nobody ever asked questions about it because that's just the way that it's been. And that's also uncomfortable. It's the whole conversation around moving the cheese. You know, I ask questions so just so that I'm clear. It's not to say that it's right or wrong, but I need to understand. And so the more we have conversations like this, the more we have conversations around alignment, the closer we get to overall expectation, it definitely feels that it's 7 different people. It definitely does. And the way in terms of thinking about how we are working through that, I think the board has really worked hard to come together so it's just one voice, but that's uncomfortable for them because it's change for them too. And so I recognize that. And as the leader of the organization, I have to make sure that I stay focused on the main thing, and the main thing is outcomes for children and bringing everybody else along in that work and making sure that I'm doing it in partnership. Of course, I've learned a lot through the process. I've learned a lot about Cincinnati, I've learned a lot about the organization, and I've learned a lot about myself. And I'm willing to accept that. I'm willing to accept feedback. I'm willing to grow. But at the end of the day, I can't unknow what I know. And what I know is that wonderful things can happen for children when you allow those things to happen. And even if they're not things that are comfortable or things that you've done before, if there is an experience that has happened, it has been done, it can be done again, and it can be done here. Cincinnati is not that different. The kids in Cincinnati are not that different than urban children across the country. They're really not. The city itself, of course, is different. The community is different. The neighborhoods are different. And we see that within ourselves. So I applaud the board, honestly, in the efforts of this past year and doing something that's so far out of their comfort zone. When you compare the last strategic plan, and I understand that there is some consternation around the process for now versus previously, but when you compare the last strategic plan, I am very hopeful that when we look at the goals that we set and they're aligned with the strategic plan, that we're actually going to be able to meet those goals. And when we do that, that means that outcomes are improved for children. So that's my feedback.
So my comments earlier alluded to reinventing or reimagining the way we do our work when it comes to budgets and finances. And I have been here for 29 years, and I've seen a lot of different processes used. My perception or my experience here with this district is that when we decentralized and we went to site-based management, we really wanted site-based decision-making and empowerment, because we threw a lot of work out into the schools and they weren't ready or skilled and trained to do that work. And so we have a bunch of schools, independent schools, using their resources to try to meet the needs of their students, but they're not always working in the same direction as the district is. And so part of that work would be some of the major, the term you use, something major or significant, yeah, bold, would be to completely revamp the way we build our budgets and determine how we spend our money on, and we've made some great strides in the last year in determining the return on investment process, and educate people on what that means, and that a successful key performance indicator isn't like, that I like this person. And so we've made a lot of bold steps, and I like to see that grow, although I may not be around to see it happen. Yeah, it's kind of a bittersweet moment here. So there's that. And then, just continuing to use the data in a transparent way to drive our decision making.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so I want us to go back up to the slide that had the current mission and vision statement. Uh-oh, I think I picked a bad time then. So if you can move up about 3 slides or so. The one right after this. That one, yes. So we're coming up towards the tail end of our conversation and want to give you all a chance now with this conversation that we've just had to look at the current vision and mission statements. And as you reflect on our conversation, what we've learned over the last year and a half, I want you to think about what are the things that still ring true and what now feels either missing or need or should be different in our vision and mission statement. So I'd like first to start with our vision statement, this idea of where we wish to be. And are there aspects of that vision statement that are still ringing true to you? Yes. Board Member Bolton.
No hands.
No hands, that's right. Equitable access is more important than it was when we wrote it. Yeah, I mean, we wrote that, I think, before we had the equity policy. And it was, so that rings very true and is more important now than it was before. For me.
Yes, Vice President.
I think one thing that I'm thinking about also within this is that the generality of the statement may require more specification now. And so, because I do think there is this difference of thoughts and opinion within our culture and within our communities, within our schools, that require a little bit more of a defined explanation of what like equitable access means, or what unleashing the potential of every student looks like. But I do think that the tone of it still is what we are, the district, striving to do as far as our vision might go.
I'll go next. I think we need to add inclusive community because we have different types of students, and I think we need to make sure that all of them feel included in the community. So either expand that out or just say an inclusive community. I'm not exactly sure world-class education, what that means, or if it's relevant in the way that I interpret it at the moment. I think equitable, for me, equitable access, we've got not only the state that we've heard from Board Member Morosky and Craig about them not liking our students, but I think we've got differences of what equity means around this table and from administration. So I think that there are similarities, but we may need to define what that means, or be a little bit more specific. I just think there's areas where we should be more specific to make certain that we are including all students, all staff, no matter whatever. We're just expanding that. And then equitable access to a world-class education just needs to be honed in.
Thank you.
I think that specificity that Brandon pointed out is a result of us having to build in that vision more accountability for us. That specificity means more accountability. It's stronger, more measurement, like, okay, we're going to do this. So I think that specificity is there because the world wants us to be held more accountable. And I know we want to be held more accountable. That's the value of that specificity.
Agree.
Yeah, I think you were asking the things that still resonate for us. I'm good on that one.
Feels missing. But first, I see Mike going to the mic. Go ahead.
I'm good. Everything was said. Yeah.
I mean, I think that a lot of what my colleagues have shared, I completely agree with and don't disagree with anything on that front. The one idea I would leave folks with is, could it be helpful or powerful to have a vision that is more inspiring about where we're like, this sounds fine. I agree with everything that is in there. And if that's where we are, that's fine. But what if we said instead, we're going to be the best urban school district in the country? You know, forget Ohio, like the country. And I understand that it might take more than 1 3-year strategic plan to get there. But like, if our vision is going to do any work, like I really believe in the, to Eve's point about accountability, I really believe in the goals we've set. I believe in holding the administration accountable for all. I think we'll do that. So what extra work is the vision going to do? To me, a vision can inspire, you know? And so what if Cincinnati were the city that was the first school system in the country to say, it doesn't matter what your zip code is. Everybody here is going to have access to whatever career they want to pursue. And we're going to prove it. It might take us 25 years, but like, this is the picture of where we want to go.
So, sorry about the hand raising. So I like that. I don't know if I like that to be the best in the world. You know, I don't know if that's what we'll settle on, but something that is more inspiring is kind of where my head was at. And I do think I'm going to also echo Ben. I agree with what people said, so I didn't feel the need to say anything. But, you know, the vague sort of platitudes of world-class education, whenever I see anything like that as a nonprofit guy, and I see a lot of this crap, I just kind of roll my eyes.
Yeah.
Like, you know, what does that even, I don't even know what that means. Unleashing the potential of every state. The platitude's got to go. You know, just if you get guts, we're going to be, every one of our kids is going to be smarter than every other kid. I don't know, but something inspiring, yeah. And then a mission, no one ever sees the vision. Everyone knows the mission anyway. I've seen some nonprofits that have the best vision, like no child will ever be hungry, to your point, right? Or like and it's just this crazy thing that may never happen, to be perfectly honest. But wow, what a cool thing to aspire to. And then the mission is what people actually see.
And I would just like to add a little bit. I'm going to kind of disagree with you here, but not a bad thing. So in terms of talking about world class, I know what that means to be world class. So it's like when I see those words, I'm like, that's just easy. Everybody knows what world class means. But in terms of unleashing the potential, that was something that stuck out to me, because for this district, I want all of the students to realize that they have greatness, that they have greatness inside of them. So when I see that unleashing the potential of every student, that's what I think about. So I think that it has some good things, but again, it could be defined a little bit better. So I do agree with you.
You are world class.
Hey, I want all the kids to be world class.
Yeah, that's receipts.
Superintendent.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add here is, and I agree with Board Member Bolton, that I see this as board work. And so, you know, I'll engage where I'm asked, but in terms of a part of it, when anyone asks me, and I think all the board members can attest to that, what is my vision for Cincinnati Public Schools? My response is always to be the best urban school district in the country, because I believe that that is attainable for us. And then all other things line up to that, not for what it means to be the best with me at the helm, but when you think about best, what it means for our children that are in a school district that is defined as the best. You know, we have pockets of excellence all over the district. We always have. But some of those things, they're still great, but they're becoming laurels, right? And so what are the new things, or how are we actually energizing in those spaces to make sure that it still gets to that understanding of best? And so I don't know if that's all, if there's other information to go with that, but that's my personal, regardless of what decision is here, that's just a personal vision for me, for us, because I know it's possible.
Equitable access that's in the vision probably belongs in the mission.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I would like to ask us to do a little brainstorming activity before we close. You've got a Post-it pad. I think each of you have one in front of you. And I love Board Member Morosky's comment about, so what would be really inspiring to you? And be as specific as you like. You've got as many Post-its as are in that pad. There are no limits.
Stop playing with the mic.
You know, if you could describe an inspiring future for your school system, what it looks like for your students, what it looks like for the people working in the district, what it looks like for the whole district. What would that look like? And each idea should go on its own Post-it. We're going to somewhere in the room. We'll figure out where. And just want to see what comes out of this room. So everyone's invited to participate. Go ahead and fill out all your ideas. What would light you up? What would really inspire you as a future state, future place where this district should be going? Nope. Just, you said every one of our kids is smarter than any other kid in the country. Like, whatever
They already are.
They already are. That's already one. Art paper.
That's very telling. That's very telling. And so did the world-class check. Yeah. Not good. It's getting there. Yeah, not a problem.
I'm not the only.
Yeah, the two world-class folks did.
I'm just mediocre.
Has nothing to do with ego.
Like when I go.
Hey, what's up? Sure.
And I'll quickly talk you through next steps. All right. Any more? Okay. So just to read these to you real quick. All right. First district in the country to close the opportunity gap for students of color. Parents and caregivers are engaged, not necessarily always happy, but included. Every student will attain high academic rigor and possess the necessary skills to advance in the world. Best urban school district in the country.
Who said that?
Community where all students feel valued, appreciated, and loved. All students have the confidence to pursue their passions and dreams. CPS students will be the urban school district, will be the best urban school district in the world that allows for academic, emotional success. Every school in the district is seen as a viable option for any student, not just Walnut Hills. More marketing for all schools. A healthy and fearless district culture where people are waiting to work here and those that are here absolutely love it here. 100% graduates with honors. Strong achievement growth for students, 100% graduation rate. Our students lead a moral revolution that upends centuries of white supremacy. I wonder who wrote that. Universities and employers compete to get our graduates. Career tech, vocational ed that leads students to graduating with certificates and job offers immediately. Highest productive usage of technology in education. Every student owns and guides their own education. I think I already read this. Best urban district in the United States. Our students are equipped to do anything they want to do. Our students graduate and stay here to run the city and district. Our students feel loved when they graduate. Yay! All right. Excellent work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're going to do some work with that. I will just start to piece together what's coming up and what are the themes and I agree with you. The goal is to have a vision statement that's inspiring and a mission statement that specifically describes how you get there. So I appreciate that. I want to share with you our next steps, and it's our last slide in the deck here, that one. So tomorrow we'll be conducting community meetings in person. We'll be engaging community members in similar conversations, but as we agreed at the beginning of this night, we are going to be expanding who is invited and how people are participating in that. So stay tuned for more information on that, as well as what a survey might entail. So with that, I will close it up. Thank you very much for this evening, and we'll look forward to future conversations.
Monica Rosen is the only person who gets applause at CPS board meetings. Thank you, Monica. We're going to keep on moving here. Would love to see if we could, we have the following things left on our agenda this evening. They are all important. They're also potentially reasonably swift. So we have a couple of resolutions, our superintendent's recommendations in the treasurer's report, a couple of board members' items, and would someone like to introduce the first resolution? Eve will.
Yes, on behalf of the Treasurer and the Finance Committee, introduced resolution for fiscal year 2022-2023, the amended appropriations resolution. I so submit.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Is there a second? Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Any discussion? Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Ms. Bolton?
Aye.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky? Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. And just as a teaser, in the future, we could handle all of these with one consent agenda. So things to think about. Our second resolution, Ms. Bolton, would you introduce that, please?
Resolution accepting the amounts and rates as determined by the Budget Commission and authorizing the necessary tax levies and certifying them to the county auditor. I so submit.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Moffat. Any discussion on the second resolution? Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Ms. Bolton?
Aye.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky? Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. We're now on to Superintendent of Schools. Do we have any retirements this evening?
List. So I'm going to start off, and of course, apologizing if I mispronounce anyone's name. For certificated, we have Josephine A. Akujubi, hopefully teacher from Woodward Career Technical High School. We have Charlene R. Cleveland, an assistant principal at Western Hills University High School. Margaret E. DeMuzzo, a teacher at Carson School. Susan T. Goultley, a teacher at Parker Woods Montessori School. Thomas R. Hayton, teacher at Withrow University High School. Kathleen A. Johnson, a school nurse from Auxiliary Service. Brendetta L. Johnson-Young, a teacher from Rothenberg Preparatory Academy. And as we continue on with our certificated, we have Michelle Kipp, principal at Covedale School. John J. Martella, teacher at Sailor Park School. Patricia D. Moore, psychologist, Department of Student Services. Carol L. Niehaus, teacher of Dater Montessori Elementary School. Carolyn W. Powers, teacher from Ethel M. Teller Academy. Brian R. Sweeney, teacher from Walnut Hills High School. And last, for our civil service, we have Kathy Benson, paraprofessional at Dater Montessori Elementary School. Lisa Henderson, a lunchroom manager for the School for Creative and Performing Arts. Cynthia Jansen, paraprofessional from Dater Montessori Elementary School. That's a tongue twister. And then Donna Parker, paraprofessional from Woodford Academy. We just would like to thank these individuals for their service and, of course, for their commitment to this district, and wish them well and wish them all of the best.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Weinberg. I understand we may have a couple of amendments to our superintendent's report this evening. Will someone motion to have it on the floor, and then we can work through the amendments?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Craig. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Are there any amendments to the superintendent's recommendations this evening?
Yes, amending the recommendations for section E, change an assignment to remove from superintendent reports.
Thank you, Superintendent. Vice President Craig, is that a friendly amendment? Friendly. Any other amendments on our superintendent's recs this evening? Ms. Bolton?
No amendment. Is this a revised superintendent?
We just did the.
I know we amended, but it's not passing the superintendent's.
What's on the table on the floor at the moment is the report as amended.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or questions? Ms. Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Ms. Bolton? Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Dr. Moffat?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. We're now on to part 2, board matters. First item on transportation from Dr. Moffat. That's 7. I'm still on the 10. I'm still on the 10. I got 3 to go. I got 3 to go. Is there a motion to adopt the report of the treasurer this evening?
And I have another revision on the floor, so.
So the motion is for the revised report. Thank you, Vice President Craig. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Are there any further amendments or revisions to the revised treasurer's report? Treasurer Wagner.
We need to add back the bid tabulation that was pulled from the May 8th report. So it was on page 22, May 8th. And it reads, to authorize the treasurer to enter into an agreement with leading educators to provide professional development for teachers using ESSER funds in the amount of $2,686,000. And it's noted bid package B23, blah, 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 6.
We put it out of ESSER. Remember, we said it would be all available funds, any available funds. It wasn't just ESSER.
Oh,
We said that we talked about that we did that in the
I
last one.
apologize, all available funds.
What section was that?
It was on page 22 of the May 8th Treasurer's Report.
So we have a proposed amendment. I think the motion maker was Vice President Craig. Is that a friendly amendment?
That is friendly.
So the current motion is to adopt the revised treasurer report as further amended with what the treasurer just added. Are there any other discussion or amendments on the treasurer's report? Ms. Bolton?
May 8th bid package mentioned ESSER, but when we talked on the floor, we said it was coming from more than just ESSER. It's coming using title funds as well. So I'm saying using all available funds.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Thank you, Treasurer Wagner. Any other discussion or proposals for amendments on the treasurer's reports? Wagner, would you call the vote, please?
Ms. Bolton?
Yes, except for that. No for leading it.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
President Lindy?
Yes. Okay, double and triple checking. I think we are now on board matters. We're going to hear from Dr. Moffett on transportation.
I would like to a little bit more information. I had asked, and I think it was ad hoc, about the possibility or the inquiry about having transportation for Metro students utilize the app for the for Metro. So I just wanted a little bit more clarification. And speaking to some friends at UC and Cincinnati State, they're using that. So I just wanted to understand what we received in the weekly report, that what I was asking for was different.
Correct. Thank you. So in following up with Metro shared that the app that they are using at the university, the students have to pay. So they use the app because it allows them to load money onto their card and then pay from there. They had the commentary that I shared with the board were the concerns that came from Metro about it. One would be there is not an option to do both. So either students would have to have their card or they would have to have the app. They would not be able to interchange their card with the app, and it wouldn't be optional that our students could do either or. So if all of our students, so either all of our students would have to go to the app or all of our students would have to continue using cards. So it wouldn't be where students could select what they were doing, which one they were doing. The other concern that they also raised was in terms of doing that work as a pilot with those particular institutions that they were doing it with. And there were just concerns across the board from Metro about how that would work for us with the number of students that do show up that don't have their card sometimes and they're still allowed to ride the bus, that all students would have to have a phone. They'd have to have a cell phone that had minutes on it, that they would be able to access their card. So one of the things that I shared in the response that I shared with the board is Metro is willing to look at that further if that is the will of the board to do that. But I think in terms of thinking about all of our students having to have the app or none of our students having the app, I think that causes some concern for us as well in terms of, what that works out in terms of feasibility across the board.
Okay, if we could just do a little bit more investigation, because not all of UC students have the app or the card. So that part, maybe there was not a lack of clarity on what I was asking for, but some of our, they could do cards and they could do the app. So what I think, what I was looking for was like our ridership numbers. They could tell us within 30 minutes of, of a school day. At the conclusion of 30 minutes, they could tell us the ridership. That data analytics is possible. So maybe if we could just get a little bit more, you said that they're willing to do a presentation or some sort of information sharing with that.
Yeah,
That'd be
so
great.
I'll ask again. The information that I shared with the board was exactly like I received it from Metro,
Okay.
that they had followed up with the individuals that you shared, that you spoke with, and that they said the way that they shared it wasn't quite that way for our collectively because the students are paying. And so they have the options to download the apps because some of their students pay. I think they get half fare, so they have to pay $1 for their fare versus the $2 that they otherwise would pay. And so that was some of the concern as well. Even with the feedback for the follow-up for how quickly it would happen for us to get the information, they also shared that that wasn't completely accurate. So what I'll ask them to do is to I don't know if you, what is the request from the board in terms of that? Are we looking for a presentation from Metro about this, or just a direct email from Metro about this, or what is it that we're looking for? Because what I provided was what was given to me by Metro.
Well, I would like to formalize my request because I kind of just said it, what I've spoken to, but since then I've been able to speak with some people from both universities. So maybe I'll provide more clarity on, I think the ask for me was so that in ad hoc was so that we could really hone in on how many of our students are utilizing the Metro, and if are they getting to school early, late, you know, what is the analytical data around that, and they can provide analytical data. So it was kind of like a generalized, I don't know the email that you sent to them to ask, I don't know what questions were asked, but I'd love to formalize my question and then ask for it. I think we had a request for Metro to come back in the fall.
Actually, I sent it to them. You actually sent an email about this. So I sent the questions that were in the email about it. So I know there was some conversation in ad hoc, but there was a separate email that you sent. So I just sent those questions. So if there's something more formal, I'll definitely make the request.
Thank you.
Anything else on transportation for this evening? Hearing nothing, we'll go to Mr. Morosky on the Lighthouse name.
Thank you so much. This may culminate in an assignment. I don't know. It's nothing earth-shattering. So most folks are aware, everybody probably, that we took on the Lighthouse Community School in 2019-ish. I know Board Member Bolton was really involved in this, talking with the community, and everyone at Lighthouse thought it would be a good idea. We thought it would be a good idea. When we did that, and this just came to me because of working with Lighthouse folks, that we're still using the name, which nobody's like really upset about, but we didn't like sign anything, and Dan can speak more to this, but I don't think we need to get into all that. But it was just kind of like, yeah, use it for a couple years, and now they're thinking like, just so it doesn't cause confusion, there's no like hurry, nobody's ticked off, but maybe consider renaming the school. And so I don't know if you want to give it.
We agreed to.
Okay, so now we're approach. And again, no one's ticked off. There's not like any.
Yeah.
But
Thank
I
you,
just
Mr.
wanted to
Morosky.
bring it to the floor.
I think Superintendent might have an update.
I'll just share that we just reviewed the naming of schools policy in our executive meeting last week because of the school that we have coming back to the district. So we want to be able to bring that in terms of following that policy for naming. So if it's the will for us to do it at the same time, since we said only through 21-22, I think that's something that we may be able to do at the same time that we do the other school.
Ms. Bolton.
What's the policy say?
It gives the process for the naming. So that's the policy that we review.
Does
So
it
Dan,
go to the policy committee?
I'll let you speak to that.
It's the purview of the board.
Right.
Okay.
To answer your question, Ms.
But
Bolton.
initially, the board would have to assign it somewhere or whatever. Is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that, I guess I'm not clear. Is there anything the administration needs from us tonight or at a future meeting to just kick in motion the process of getting an updated name for Lighthouse?
I mean, that would happen during assignments if we assigned it to policy. I mean, we did this since we were on the board with Gilligan, even though I don't know that it ever happened, but I've been a part of this, and I think it went to policy first. So we can review. So I mean, we can just assign it to policy for our next meeting, unless we find out in the interim that that's not protocol.
It sounds fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the board. All right, so we'll assign it somewhere then, I guess, and
Okay.
get the conversation started.
Mr. Morosky, thank you for volunteering your committee.
I will make the formal unless he wants to.
I appreciate it. Yes, Superintendent. New school too? Yep, absolutely. Anything else, Mr. Morosky, on your item? Okay, moving to number 3, which is from Dr. Moffett on board communication.
So I just want to clarify again, I sent you a couple emails, Ben. The communication that comes to the board members, regardless of topic, but only the board members, are we keeping that to board members? I just want to understand the process because that hasn't happened a couple times, and I've been asked for clarification by people that have sent those.
Yeah, this is when someone reaches out to the board as a whole or to the board office. So our process, this is just going back to this January of last year when I started in this position. Phyllis forwards anything she gets to the board office to everybody. I write back on behalf of the board and CC Phyllis. Phyllis then takes my response and forwards that response back out to the board. So everybody should be able to see the original we got, what the response on behalf of the board was. Am I characterizing this correctly, Phyllis? Yep. So yeah.
When we have received, I'm not going to get into the topics, but we've received a few emails that were directed to you and the board only, and they were sent outside of that purview. So I just want to understand we're only keeping them to the board.
Oh no, I'm sorry. If in most cases, if it's a constituent concern or a staff member concern, I include the superintendent, because she's going to be responsible for figuring out who in the organization is going to follow up with that person. So I'm sure there
are two that I addressed to you. Like, hey, Ben, why are we, because the people, when they got the response, in their reply were like, whoa, I only wanted that to go to board members. So I want to discuss what would potentially be concerns, especially from staff, where it's only for information for board members, not for anyone to.
Yeah, there's nothing that I know of that wouldn't involve making sure the superintendent knew where to address or choose not to address whatever concerns are coming up, unless there's a situation where, like, we as a board have decided we actually want there to be an independent investigation of something, in which case it would go to an independent investigator. But unless that's been set up, really any information that's coming to the board from a constituent is going to need to get addressed by somebody within CPS, and the superintendent would be in charge of making sure that's the right person.
So I think we need to talk about it, because there are things that don't require action, but that are for information only. And in those things that are specifically addressed to board members and are not for the administration to do anything, we need to set up some sort of assurance that community and or staff that specifically want the board to be aware of something have some level of confidentiality, that the board who they addressed it to are only receiving those things.
Yeah, I think if this is something that people feel like they, I think I want to, my perspective is that what I've been doing is in line with the expectations of colleagues on the board. Yeah, I'll go to Eve next. If that's not true and people would like me to do something different, I'm certainly happy to. I also think we have this nice, naturally occurring opportunity with our bylaw review to get clearer on some of those things.
Sure, I put those.
But I think the assumptions I've been making and taking from my interactions with all of you all, none of this is new, by the way. It's the same thing I've done for the last year and a half, is that we want our administration to have all the information possible to make good decisions for the district and for kids. But again, if there's a different procedure that the majority of folks would prefer us to use, certainly happy to make sure I'm doing what's in line with that. Yeah.
I think we can, as you've mentioned and as Kareem has mentioned it, when we are rewriting the bylaws, I can think of times that it would be not necessary or advised to necessarily share everything board members individually or as a whole get with either the superintendent or the treasurer. I mean, I can think of some examples where that might be the case, but I think we can deal with that in the language of the bylaws. I mean, there are things that we can, maybe there's some confidentiality of gathering information from the community. Who knows? But you're right, if it's something we have to investigate, then we have our chief audit person, and that's their role. But we can take care of it in the bylaws and then say yes or no to that.
Thanks, Eve. Ms. Bolton, other comments, questions? Dr. Matha, did you have more?
No, I would like to get clarity because people have sent us emails that have been specifically addressed to the board members. I sent you an email twice saying, you know, why are we doing this? Because the person reached out and said, now I'm fearful of potential retaliation. I think that's very fair when it was not addressed to administration. It was addressed to the board members. We have a responsibility to the community. When they send us something, they need to know what our process is. If the process is going to be that it's going to be sent beyond us, then they need to know that. And I want some assurances myself because I've addressed it twice and I've not had any sort of communication. So that's why I'm bringing it up here.
Gosh, and I'm so glad you're bringing it up. I'm so glad we have this process to work through that. I think there's some differences of opinion about how to handle that. And I'm glad we have a process where we can work through to get some clarity for everybody. So I think, trying not to make my 8th mistake this evening, we've finished all board matters and we're on inquiries and updates. Ms. Bolton.
I have a couple of inquiries just for the benefit of the public that's here and maybe watching. What time are the meetings tomorrow that people might show up to participate? Do we have the times for those meetings tomorrow for the strategic plan?
We do. We have both Phyllis and Monica with us who might be able to just tell us what those times are for the sessions tomorrow. We have a 9:30, a 10:30. Yeah.
We'll pull it up.
Yeah. So we'll get while we're pulling that up, do people have other inquiries or updates? Ms. Bolton?
Inquiry, and this might be general counsel and superintendent. We know that we have the preschool promise agreement, and that's circulated yet again. And also we have the Metro agreement that is an annual one that we don't call a contract, but it's something. Does the administration have a timeline as to when we need to do both of those soon? And made that, it might be that Metro presentation, maybe not just about a card, but maybe, you know, whatever. Because we spent a lot of time, rightfully so, on the yellow bus piece. So those are two agreements that have to, certainly as we're getting ready to close the school year, need to be done.
Yeah, so the preschool promise red line from Cincinnati Preschool Promise was circulated, as well as the administration's recommendations with respect to that. A red line is ready to be sent to the Preschool Promise Council. So that's consistent with that memo and recommendations. So we're ready to send that.
Well, could I ask if it's, can we do that? Because at that finance meeting, they were very concerned about the fact that we've kind of been in pause, so to speak.
Yeah.
A new word. So when can we get administration to send that back, or what does the administration need from the board to send it back?
We actually just need feedback on our response because we have reviewed. You love the response. If there's any other that's all we were waiting for, is feedback on the response. And if we are supportive of the response, we can send it back. I think General Counsel Hoying recirculated it again on Friday to everyone. I think we initially sent it out mid-March. So that's all we need.
Yeah, I think that could be fine, and it could be exactly the right thing to do. Because it wasn't on the agenda for this evening, I don't know that everybody has read through that carefully and come prepared to offer any feedback. And so if everybody else is good to move forward, I'm not going to be the person who holds it up. But if people would appreciate a minute to know that they're going to need to weigh in on that, we could get this on the agenda for an upcoming meeting. I know Eve likes it. That's clear. Would anybody like some time to think about it, Mary?
I've not gotten a chance
Ms.
to read it, so I would like to look at it.
I think we could make sure this is done at our very next meeting, but I would like to give people a chance to think about it if that's something that they would like to do. But I also could be overruled. I know Mary and I would like a second, but is that would more people like to do it tonight?
It's just been before finance twice. It won't go back there, and it's been to the board and the administration. I just don't know what more. They're the experts on this thing, as far as I'm concerned. And there are things that have been addressed in it, and maybe it is required additional review that has been proposed by Preschool Promise that are not necessarily in keeping with the original agreement or levy. So, and I think the administration's tried to address those issues. So, I mean, if you want to bring it back, that's fine, but boy, it would beat the dead horse on this one.
Can I offer just
Dr. Moffett.
So just having sat in that meeting, I do know that Preschool Promise folks shared that they also had some other, since it was originally sent, they have some other comments. So would it be possible or even prudent to send it in anticipation that they're going to be sending us something back timely, and then we can take some time to really go over the new revisions, because we do need to get it to them so that they can, because they've also got some changes too. But maybe we set a time in June to kind of go over it. But can we put some dates to that so that we've got some parameters, like, hey, can you all go over this? They have their committee meeting, but
Certainly request that. It's sort of on us that we.
okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
If I hear the proposal, I think I like this. I just want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly. This would still create a way for people to take a look and think and come and be able to respond to that. And it would also take one potential delay out of the system. And that seems like everybody wins. Any concerns? That's great.
Okay. Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Right?
It's not automatically renewed.
Right.
The biggest open issue sorta is how many passes we need, school start times and end times, and then they provide us a new quote, or it's an addendum to the agreement each year based on our request for.
Is it possible then that the agreement that exists with some of that stipulation could be sent to the whole board?
Right now.
I mean, it's simple.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Any other inquiries or updates? Well, we have Tales for America, so let's do that, and then we'll keep going.
Yeah, so the meetings are going to be at 9 a.m., at 10:30 a.m., at 1 p.m., and at 2:30 p.m.
Great. Thank you very much. Ms. Bolton, did you have another inquiry or update?
Quick updates. One update is I attended the meeting of the steering committee for the lawsuit that we have engaged in regarding vouchers. I got Dan's input and advice. Turned out that the steering committee had to have a quorum, a live quorum, since it's a public meeting. So I attended, so I wanted to remind the board that you kind of appointed me to go do that, either me or Dan, and I will need the reimbursement regarding mileage. But at any rate, things are progressing, and I'll get a memo out, but I'm required to report the very next meeting. And beyond that, also been appointed to what is the new FRN, Federal Relations Network, which was under NSBA, under COSBA or whatever. Now it's called FLAG, which is Federal Legislative Advisory Group. and I've been appointed to that for the first congressional district, just continuing what I was doing at OSBA. Happy to give it up at any time, but at least go through at least this year during the transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Mrs. Weinberg.
Yes, I can go now. This is for the superintendent. I have just one inquiry, just regarding summer scholars. I'm not quite sure if you have the information to present or to just even give us for my question. Wanted to know how many teachers have signed up to actually do summer scholars, and then what are the requirements of the teachers in regards to their hours or placement?
Right, so I would have to get the numbers for you in terms of the number of teachers that have actually signed up. That was one of the questions that actually CFT asked us earlier about the number of hours. We shared earlier with all teachers when we did the applications that the hours were for 7 hours for the day. And so we're just double checking to make sure that still meets the need, because we do have enrichment in the afternoon as well. And in some of the schools, the instruction goes throughout the day, especially in the high school programs as well. So I can send it to the board when I send updates. And I think the question was for the number of teachers and the number of hours. There was one more thing.
And
that
then also for students that have signed up.
How many
curious
students?
To see how many students have signed up for summer scholars.
I think it's about 6,500, but I can double check.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Weinberg. Any other inquiries or updates this evening? Dr. Moffett.
So in my effort to attempt to be proactive, I sent, I think I've been kind of wondering about this nurses piece that we're going to have to spend $8 million for somewhere in our budget. And I sent our treasurer and our superintendent just a few questions, because I've spoken with some of my elected colleagues across the city around just we're going to set up our dual meeting, but then also around our nurses and our ESSER funds. So I asked 5 questions, and the superintendent wanted to know if this were an assignment. So I kind of wanted to get the information, put it here so that we could either get the information discussed or at least aware with a future discussion. So my questions are, how many students are impacted academically by the current contract that we have with the city and are having to miss school due to a lack of staff and shared staffing to buildings? I know we've got some secretarial staff and support staff that are passing out meds. I just kind of wanted to understand, what is the average missed amount of days of instruction due to a lack of nursing under our current nursing contract? Another question is, have we solicited contracts from other vendors in a competitive bidding process for comparative services for the upcoming school year, with the anticipation that we know we're going to have $8 million that we have to figure out about? What is the percentage of students with a disability that are having health services impacted? Does the current contract cover nurses in all of our buildings, or are all of our buildings staffed with nurses? And then what is the current plan for school nurses in the summer for our students? So those were some of the questions that I asked for, just for feedback and information. And I think the general direction was to put it formalized here to everybody else as a potential assignment. So I did send that out to everybody, open for discussion. I asked the question and they wasn't answered. So just trying to formalize it.
And thank you, Dr. Moffett. Am I right in thinking, Superintendent, that some of these are fairly quick to answer and some take some significant work to pull together?
Most of them take time, pretty significant. When you think about where we are right now, the numbers, I think there were 5 or 6 questions that all require, pulling overall data to go with them. In terms of, that was the reason for the ask.
Yeah, I think it's just another example of, one of the, and I think it's good that we're talking about it, but one of the priorities is this bylaw review. I think there's been some significant, let's just say our bylaws could be clearer about what the difference is between a request for information and an assignment. And I think that, I know I've talked to many of you about this, but, you can read the bylaws, not exactly clear. And sometimes things are defined and used in different ways in different places. So I think I'm glad we're talking about it here. I think the question is probably, given the scale and the amount of staff time it would take to collect the answers, is that something that the majority of board members also want to make sure we see? And if so, we can make that an assignment. And if not, then not. Ms. Bolden?
I think it's a request for information more than an
Yeah.
assignment. And maybe that in writing could be sent, and I would imagine then, even as the bylaws exist now, the superintendent or treasurer would be able to determine which of those things can be answered quickly and which ones they can't. Then it doesn't have to happen all at the same time. I mean, I think the bylaws even say that
They do.
that's a request for information. It needs to be in writing. Rather than assignment, and
Just to clarify there, Ms. Bolden, you're saying that, I think I heard you say something that the administration can reply back with the ones that are, reasonably easy to collect.
right.
But then there might be some
We
that
can
don't.
hold yeah, and
Yeah.
I think even the bylaws say that for a request for information.
Yeah, I think
all
that's
good stuff.
certainly a way to go. I would just for the purposes of clarity, it could be then that some of those questions don't get answered until there's a clear majority that also wants to see all that information.
Well, I think, let me just level set. The expectation wasn't necessarily that they all be answered, but the expectation was that we are thinking about them. And the question regarding summer, what's the current plan for school nurses in the summer for our students? That sounds like a very fair question that shouldn't have to take a lengthy amount of time to answer. But I think that my conundrum is when it's something that we're asking for that appears to be a rather in-depth inquiry, we're lumping that as an assignment. It really was a request for information, and I formalized it in writing. And my ask was like, hey, can we think about this? And I think I even prefaced it with a lengthy paragraph to say, hey, this is about future decisions regarding school nurses. So it wasn't an expectation that all of those things be answered, but it certainly was an expectation that, can we think about this, and what you can answer, we answer. So I understand what you're saying, but to defer everything to, we have to come and wait for a board meeting to talk about it, and then we have to vote on it, just feels, it makes me feel a little uncomfortable, because it really was a request for information rather than an assignment to be presented on. It was really just, hey, what are we thinking about? Because I know that there are students that are impacted. So it's not a maybe, it's a definitive. But again, if we're gonna say, for the best interest of time, it's 9:25, hey, what we can answer, and I'm happy to get some information back at a future date. That'd be great. And again, we can address it with the bylaws, because I think that that's definitely a fair place to do that. But I just wanted to be noted, like, have to wait a week to get, not a week, but to have to wait, just feels a little uncomfortable.
Thank you, Dr. Moffett. Superintendent, anything you want to respond to on that, or we'll keep moving?
No, I think I would as well. I will be pleased when the bylaw process is done, so that there can be clarity. I think, if I'm remembering the email, and I get many, so maybe this wasn't that one, get many from a lot of places, but I thought I read that you were getting ready to go into a meeting, and so, or just coming out of a meeting, and so being able to give some of that particular feedback as well in a short amount of time is a concern. So we'll follow up. We'll look at the information that was sent, and the things around summer school, that is one that we can respond to. The other ones will take more time.
Okay, thank you. There's
Other
no meeting.
inquiries or updates? Mrs. Weinberg.
I just have a question. I want to follow back up with what I had asked the superintendent, and I'm not sure of the process. Will you be getting back with me through email? Are you going to bring that information back to the board? I'm unsure, when you have an inquiry, what happens next. Okay, thank you.
Other inquiries or updates before we move to assignments?
Okay. We do kudos during this now? I forget.
Kudos coming next.
After assignments?
After assignments. The last thing.
I'm gone for a little bit, and everything changes.
It's the same thing.
I don't even know where I am.
Same thing. So I have one assignment carried over from earlier, which we were asking our policy committee to kick off the beginnings of these name issues, one on Lighthouse, one on the new school acquisition, or the return to school acquisition. Any dissent on that assignment? Any other requests for assignments, Ms. Bolton?
I have an assignment. I'd like to know, and I think this goes probably to the treasurer rather than the superintendent. I'd like to know the administrative positions that have been added during the interim and over the last year. Positions. I'm not looking for dollars or names, but the positions that have been added to the central office rather than site administrators.
So,
I'm sorry.
During the interim, that year of the interim period, and then this year that is reaching conclusion, just the positions.
so good example of how we're making an assignment that sounds a lot like a request for information. I think we do this all the time, and so it is genuinely confusing, and I think it is but I just think lots of opportunity for us to make this clearer and better. I do think if we're making assignments, they have to be made with a majority of board or consensus from the board. So I just want to ask, is there any dissent on the request from or the assignment proposed by Ms. Bolton? I don't have any. I just want to check. Okay, great.
I would just add, though, if it is a request for information, but to ask something, so starts to be an assignment, an individual can ask for that information. Careful that we aren't. No.
Yeah, I think these.
Point. I think what I just heard you say, and that's going to be clarified. But this is, I think, one of the reasons that it was.
Yeah, the issue is if we are so dependent upon the information request, individuals can make that information request. It doesn't require a majority vote of the board. It did, and frankly, assignments in the past have not required a majority vote or a consensus. But that's why we have to clear this up in bylaws. But for me, as we look at the budget piece, and we're on the central office now, I do have interest in the number of administrative positions that have been added during the interim and during this last year.
The second part of what you said, though, was if it requires us to do something, then it becomes.
It can become an assignment. That's why it's confusing.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that we could talk about this all night, and it's late. But I think there's. I'm excited to strengthen all of this together.
I want that.
I hear you, and I think that you offer it as an assignment, and I think that the bylaws also say that assignments are made in a public meeting with a majority of the board, and I think there's nobody dissenting. So I think we're in good shape.
So it's an assignment.
So other assignment requests. Great. Any kudos, Mr. Morosky?
Thank you. So Miss Katrina Riley and I, Director of HR, were at Western Hills University High School graduation. And it was a wonderful graduation ceremony, but I felt the need to call out their senior counselor, a man named Mr. William McAleenan. I think I'm saying that correctly. I talked to, I think it was Ms. Bolton about this, and we talked about it there. So I'm very conscious of when you're up there on the stage, right? It's the best part of this gig, I think, right? And everyone's so happy and the family's excited. But you can so easily tell who the students like gravitate toward. If teachers along the side, the teachers in the night, it's so obvious. Well, this man, who's their senior counselor, was on the stage, and Miss Riley can attest to this. I would say easily 90% of the 120 plus students who graduated from the school, every kind of student, and Western Hills is every kind of student, from refugee, immigrant students, black students, white students, female students, students with disabilities, everybody. Enthusiastically hugged this man. It was not a what's up, one of these kind of things. 3 students broke down, not teary-eyed. And at one point, I was standing behind him, and at one point, I kind of leaned up and I touched my shoulder. I go, "You get a lot of hugs, man." And he very humbly said, "Well, it's a really emotional day." And I said, No. I go, "That's nice, but that's unique." It was very noticeable. So, Mr. William McAleenan, whatever he's doing, kudos to him. Please keep doing it, man. It was really neat, wasn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, it was really something.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Any other kudos this evening? Mrs. Weinberg.
So if you look up at the screen, I just wanted to give a huge kudos and a shout out to the Walnut Hills Junior High track and field team. The girls team actually won the Ohio State track meet. And if you look, there is a special person holding the trophy. That is actually my daughter. They did really well. They had a lot of individual winners and to, place and to win overall as 8th graders. And now, of course, getting ready to step into 9th grade. So just wanted to congratulate them. It was great to be able to be there and to watch them and cheer both the boys team and the girls team on.
Yay!
And then the next slide, I just wanted to give kudos to Hughes and Withrow. Got an opportunity to participate in their graduation, and you will see some familiar faces that are in the room. And just wanted to thank, of course, the principals, and then, of course, Superintendent Wright, your staff, for being there and just doing a great job. It was a great time. And I always love graduation. It reminds me of my graduation day, and just being able to see all of the students so excited and just so happy to be able to be done and to move on to different and better things as well. So that's all for my kudos.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg. Other kudos or announcements this evening?
Me. I know he don't want to look over here because it's me.
No, Dr. Moffat, or it's yours.
Rob, I actually updated that. I put it in the share drive for you. Can you get to that one? It's in your folder. So we have got. I like graduations too, because this is an opportunity to really, really highlight the students, and it's all about the students. So, Project Search is a program at CPS that is just hecka awesome. And we have students with special needs get to defer a year of graduation. And they work in the court system and now with the Kinley Hotel. So, we've got 5 students that are going to be graduating, but they actually have real jobs, making big money, and I'm super excited to be able to share their names. It's coming. So Ryan Grimes Cardenas is offered a paid internship with the clerk's office, and he's going to be making $17 an hour. Jaleel Dennis looks like he will be offered a position with adult probation with Hamilton County, making $17 an hour. Antoine Slater and Myron Edwards are going to be starting their new jobs at the Point Laundry, making $15 an hour. Maria Orzali will be working with the Cincinnati Sports Club, making $11 an hour. Timothy Britton and Ramaya Green will start working at Children's Hospital, making $15 an hour too. So I just wanted to say congratulations to these students who are going to be, and there was one more, but I'm not exactly sure what his name is offhand, but congratulations to him because he's going to the Kinley Hotel. The next slide. I got a chance to go to Rockdale's 3rd grade promotion ceremony with Board Member Weinberg, and they have the 3rd graders who have rocked it. They have a 90% promotion rate of their 3rd grade class. That's 28 out of 31 students, and there's 3 to go. So they're anticipating 100%. They're trying real hard to get to 100% in the summertime, but that's just rocking it. So they had a ceremony with all their families were there, cheering them on. We learned a little Rockdale dance. It was really, really cool. They walked down that red carpet that made me nervous because they kept tripping, but they were doing really, really good. It's just really good to highlight some of the awesome things that are going on. One of our partners, the zoo, was there. They gave all the parents tomato plants. It was just cool. It was a really, really cool ceremony. And so congratulations to Dr. Finney, her entire team. I don't know everybody's name, but whatever you guys are doing over there, keep doing. Next. I got a chance to join my colleague. We went to AWL to deliver pizza. And let me tell you, it was awesome. It was awesome. We went there to listen to students in the fall. And one of the students, I go on Saturdays to Saturday Hoops, and one of the students looked at me. He was like, "Hey, you came with that other guy, and you guys promised us lunch." And so I said, we sure did. And we came back with pizzas. We had soda pizzas, and we listened and we learned, and it was so awesome. So I joined my colleague, board member Morosky, and we delivered pizza and had a great day. They actually had their promotion ceremony today. I couldn't attend, but sending mass love to AWL. Is that it? Is there one more?
Thank you, Dr. Moffett.
Oh, the last thing I wanted to say is congratulations to President Lindy. I did not create a slide because I didn't really completely know what I was doing and all this. So we got these slides, but congratulations. He was celebrated for 10 years of working with a TFA, being a hero for education in Cincinnati. So congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other announcements or kudos? Ms. Bolton.
Yes, real graduation. I want to kudos certainly the schools that I participate in, but most particularly Riverview East Academy. We had the opportunity to share in that effort, and the reason I'm highlighting them is a perfect 1 hour and talk about people hugging principals. Every kid was hugging that principal, and such enthusiasm from the crowd. But more particularly, they were highlighting, as well as the academic efforts at Riverview East, they were highlighting also their career tech, particularly the medical path. And I don't like to include myself on these kudos, but very emotional. One of the young ladies that was highlighted in the career tech path was a young lady that was, when I was in the emergency room back in late March, she was there shadowing medical personnel, and said very encouraging words to me when I was in very, very bad shape. And so we got to connect again, and our family was pleased that it was mentioned. And indeed, I think at all of our high schools, we better be emphasizing our career kids as much as we are emphasizing our other folks that are students. But it was heartwarming to see her again, and she was away from the back of the room when I mentioned this, and I really was quite moved by that graduation, and certainly by her.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bolton. Any other announcements or kudos this evening? I'll share just one, which is that this past weekend was the Chris Nelms Baseball Softball All-Star Game. Chris was a board member here for many, many years before I joined the board, but I did have a chance to work with him while I was a Teach for America, and I really, really enjoyed working with him, and I was delighted to see that that is still alive and well. So thanks to everybody who helped make that happen. And Superintendent.
I don't generally do kudos, but just to that point, this was an athletics weekend for me. So not only did I attend the All-Star event, I was able to throw out the first pitch for them as well. It was to a young lady that's on the softball team, one of the softball teams. I'm also throwing out the pitch tomorrow night for the Reds. Our students of the month will be, all of our athletes of the month will be recognized tomorrow night at the Reds game. And I get an opportunity to throw out the pitch, and it'll be to the same person, so that's really pretty cool. His wife was also there as the checks were presented, so we had some conversation. And the second piece, I think that was pretty cool. What did you say?
Yes, you're practicing.
Oh yeah, I'll continue. I've heard they've already told me about it already. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. The second thing is on Saturday, I also had an opportunity to go to spend some time at Walnut looking at the elementary students track meet. They were finishing up actually when I got there. I went to the cheerleading camp first. So it was just really a cool time in recognizing the student athletes for the work that they're doing. So that was it.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Last call for any other business we've not discussed. Having no other business before us, I declare our meeting adjourned.